JS. So what is React.js? So React.js is a JavaScript library, but it is not a framework like Angular. So it's a library. And frameworks, the difference from framework and library means in frameworks there is everything is there. Means in Angular right now you will find some Angular videos also on my channel, and you will find that Angular have everything. You don't have to do a lot of npm installs. In React you have to do a lot of npm install, and not everything comes. Even the means Redux, which we are not going to cover, it's an advanced topic. So Redux, like state management, we have to go somewhere else, and all those things are there. So all those things you have to install some external library through npm. There is a npm is there. Npm is node module. So node modules, you have to install the packages from for that. But that is a power also of React, because it is a very, the size is very small. The React size is very small, and it's a very rich ecosystem. You can add functionality with the help of thousands of available npm packages. Okay, and let me do one more thing. So to run React on your system, you need to have this Node.js installed. So because at the end of the day it is going to have this Node.js download. So you go to this site and you download it for Windows, and this one, if you have a Mac, download for Mac. So when you download this, it will do the npm install also. So and then you're good to go. So the latest version you should download, it is 14. It is okay. With the more latest version you have, it will be much better. Once you install that, nowadays in React also what happens, you have to create a React project, and React is created by Facebook. So you have to start it with, so I have a folder, this all GitHub also for this I will give. Okay, so here let me also create a React project, because it takes around 5 to 10 minutes to create a React project. So and then we will continue. So nowadays so there is a site, means if you Google it, so create React app. So this site is there by Facebook. Okay, so React is created by Facebook. So npx create React app, my app you have to give, and it will create it, and it generally takes some time, as I've told. So let me create it, and then we will move forward, because we will start from here only. Npx create React app, and maybe my app only. So it will go, and it will take some time to fetch the data and all those things it will do. So we will continue, let it be done. So npx is an advanced form of npm, in which you don't have to do anything else. Earlier we used to globally install React, my npm install g, but now we don't have to do that. That process is now, they're not that process will not work anymore. And we see they are also doing that. If you have done that, we recommend you to uninstall it, and do it by npx also. So that is how it is done. So it is been doing. So after that we'll learn why learn React.js. So it is created and maintained by Facebook, first thing, and it is more than 157k stars on GitHub. I think that might have changed. Let's see, it is 90.4k. okay, no, this is create React app. There is different for React. Then let's not go there. And it is the most demanded skill for front-end developers. See, Angular is also there. So there is a lot of discussion about where Angular or React. But React is used everywhere. So React is used in startups also, and in startups around 95% of jobs, more than 95% of jobs are in React only. So they prefer React. 5% are going to Vue nowadays, but that is very less. And even in enterprise, React is used more. If you go to any service company, big service company, medium service company, there are more React projects than Angular projects. The older projects are there in Angular, but newer projects are always starting in React, not in Angular. Sometimes they do start in Angular, because Angular is also evolving a lot. Angular for 12 came and all those things, and some companies prefer Angular, especially the enterprise customers. Those are very big customers, because Angular came earlier in 2010 and React came in 2015. So that is there. And one more thing is that React Native, which is used for mobile app development, it is also completely based on React.js. So that React Native is there. So this React Native, if you learn React.js, React Native is very easy to learn. I have some videos on my channel also, you can check them out. So after I was doing React.js, of course, and it is almost similar, but there are something else that because there is no div or something, some things are different there. Then it's a component based architecture. Suppose this is an app, so we have to divide everything into a component. Okay, so such you can ask anything on the chat if you want to ask. So means suppose this is a YouTube app we are making, so the search bar will divide into one component, video title will divide into other, and this list of videos will divide into some other. Okay, so this is like this. And React has a concept of virtual DOM. So React uses a lightweight representation of the real DOM, which is known as a virtual DOM. So you cannot directly interact with DOM element. If I think most of you, all of you know JavaScript, that's why you came to this React.js bootcamp. In that we do document.query selector and all those things we do. So we are interacting with the DOM. So in React, it is very difficult to interact with the DOM directly. So there is something known as virtual DOM, but it's all happened behind the scenes, so you will not even see these things. But this is a very important interview question also. So when a state of something changes in virtual DOM, changes only the objects in the real DOM instead of updating all the objects. So it only changes that part, and there is a continuous stream going on between virtual DOM and real DOM. So not much to understand that, because we are here to learn much practical things. And prerequisites are, I think all of you have that prerequisite: HTML, CSS, and JavaScript fundamentals, and ES6 also. ES6 is used extensively in React. Extensively is very much. And JavaScript, you need to know this keyword well, not well, but to some extent: map, reduce, and filter. And ES6, you need to know let and const, arrow functions a lot, template literals, that backtick through which we give strings, default parameters, in which default parameters you can in a function you give some default parameters like equal to and on, object literals. Okay, object literals, shortcuts, rest and split operator, and destructuring, and all those things you require here. Okay, so now after that I have started my create React app, and so you should get this message. If you don't get this message, there is some issue in your system. Okay, so after that, so it is done. So I will go to, as it, the instruction is also given, cd my app and npm start, and then happy hacking, cd my app, and I will open it with VS Code. My VS Code is attached, so it will directly open my VS Code. Okay, and then npm start I will do. Okay, it opens like this with the boilerplate code. It opens like this. Okay, so that package.json is there. In it tells us, so let us go through the files and what the structure is. So package.json is telling us about the React latest version, which is 17 going on. So 17 version is there, and then some log file is there. Then this git ignore is there, which will put that the node module should not be pushed. See, I'm going to push it to a GitHub, and when I'm going to push it to a GitHub, if I push the node modules only, my GitHub will be over, because GitHub only gives us 2 GB, and so this git ignore is by default it is put. So Facebook gives us this nice platform in which everything is done with that create React app. Most of the thing, everything is linked. So GitHub git ignore is also linked. After that, a readme file is also there, which you can see when you deploy it in a GitHub. Also you'll see this readme file. So this is MD file. So those who don't know, MD is a way, means this not required to learn now, but MD is a way. So after that, this node modules I've already shown everything in the node modules which are React, like all these things which are required are there in the node module. Okay, and now we'll understand one of the main thing, how a React app works, because at the end of the day React also have to go to the yeah, your you'd have to go to HTML JavaScript. Okay, browser list. What is browser list? Okay, this browser list. Nothing much to explain here. Browser list means production. It is styling means this all it takes. Production. It is production. It is production. I have hardly touched this. So development, production, this hardly. But the main important thing is that whatever is there, it get installed. And whenever we will do the npm install, it will be coming here in npm install. It will be coming. So browser list, maybe it is telling that in development it will do the Chrome version, Firefox and Safari. Yesterday I changed somewhere this browser list. I was getting some error, so this completely I changed to some development, but it is not all required in development. It is not required. Means you don't need to know what is this, and you don't even need to know package destination. But sometimes you need to check whenever you do npm install, it will come here. So the main thing is this in src folder is the main thing. And in src, before src I should show this public folder is something which is been shown. Actually this index.html, if you go, so the react app, how do they work means react app, they don't, you cannot run react on the browser only understand html css and javascript, not anything more than that. So react have to be converted into html css and javascript, and this is the file which it shows. So div id is equal to root. This is a very important thing. Div id equal to root is very important thing. Okay, okay. And yeah, babel and all, it converts everything to this. So that is the way through babel. Yeah, Ramya, you're right. So id root is there. So this line is actually very important. Id equal to root. So just id root is there in the index.html. Actually this index.html will only been shown in the browser, but how does it shows it in the browser? So if you go to this index.js, actually this is the entry point. Index.js is the entry point of the app. And here the main thing is that document this report title and all this you can ignore, means this they have put recently. This what they're doing, they're just telling this is a react language, means not you don't need to understand means what the language it is. So it is telling that in react dom.render you have to show a app component. This app component we are going to see, and take and push it into document.getElement by id root. So document.getElement by id root. So this is the root element. So this is javascript. This line is actually javascript. So you have to take the app and put it in document not get in the root. So this id, so whole react app get rendered in this root only. So whatever will be there in the app.js will be rendered in the root. So if I open this app.js, so this is the entry point of a react app, but this is what it is shown in the react app. This is what you are seeing here. This all logo and learn react and edit, this all is coming from here. So this all edit and save to reload, this all, and this logo, this all is coming from here, this file. And we're soon going to see all of the things about this file, because this all are something known as JSX, and we are going to see that. And this, so yeah, someone is asking. Okay, Pavan, we can talk about it. Pavan, means you can get in connect with me, means I think you should know HTML. Very high was explained at the start of the class. It is very high, Calvin. Okay, let's get started. Okay, you don't need to know much, means see this. this ID root. I hope all of you know JavaScript, because then React won't make much sense, and I won't be telling JavaScript in this training. JavaScript you should have known. Okay, so this is that ID root, and if I open this browser, inspect, see this ID root has been wrapped, and this ID root only everything has been shown. So if I come here, and this is how we are going to work also. If I remove this thing, all I will remove, and h1 I will do local size remove. So generally we remove all those things, then only we start. So see, it will be shown like this. Some of the styles, so styles are also taken, like from app.css, the style will be taken, all the style, so that is still there. So okay, that is there. Now there are actually two kind of functions in React. So first we will learn about that, and then we will move about this, means what is this JSX and all. So one function, it is, so this index.html and index.css, they are just for the explanation, but the main thing is start from here only. Whatever if you don't even understand what I've told earlier, it is okay, but whatever you give it here, it will be shown, and that is how a React app will be there. So there are two kind of functions in React. One is, let me see, okay, one is a stateless functional component. Okay, but it is not true, but I will come to it. As I'm telling, this is the main type of component, is a functional component, which is nothing but JavaScript function. So we have something like this. Okay, one of the main thing is that they don't have a state, but this statement is not true. Component have gone through a major change with in React 16.3, which was released in mid 2018. But what React people have done, they made everything backward compatible. So React is now divided into two parts. One is class-based component, one is hook-based functional component. And hook-based functional component we'll learn tomorrow. And if you start a React project today, you should start with hook-based. But then also it depends upon your company. A lot of companies still prefer to work with class-based component, because their developers know only class-based component, senior developers, and they are the one who takes the decisions. So class-based is always required, and even if a project is 1 year old, you'll find a lot of class-based component in that project, because React hooks got picked up around 2020 only. So 2018 mid they released it. It takes some time to get it. So there are some concept in React like that state, which we are going to learn. So that was not there earlier in functional component. Functional component are simple JavaScript function, nothing more than that. Simple JavaScript function. See, this is also functional component. So if you can see, it's a JavaScript function app. This is just a JavaScript function. And the second is known as stateful class-based component. So class-based component are ES6 classes. So as I've told, the classes concepts and the ES6 concepts are very good, very important. So ES6 classes, they are ES6 classes which extends to in which we have to extend the React component. We are soon going to see this extend React component, because React also have put a lot of effort, a lot of things inside it. And it is also important that to have a render method inside HTML. We'll learn more about it when we'll see the code. So render method should be there. In this there is no render method, but here there is a render method is there. So, and there is a concept of state. Okay, so now we will see the functional component in code. So everything we are going to do a lot of coding, so that it can be more practical and not theoretical. So I have already removed it, and this is a functional component. Okay, This is a functional component. It's asking something. Yeah. We can use functional component without a state also before hooks run. Right now also we can use. And in today's class we are going to use functional component without hooks only, because today we are only going to learn about class-based component. Here and there we are going to use the functional component, but we are going to use it without hooks, because we are going to learn the old React, which is very important to learn, because it is more than 70-80% of the projects are in the class-based component only. So as I told, even if you started 1 year back, or your senior developers don't like functional component. I was in a project in which the senior developer used to hate functional component, and they were not ready to go to functional component. So that also happens. Okay, so that is like that. So this is functional component, and we are going to learn a bit more also about it. So they're using something known as JSX. So React is something, sometimes people find it a bit difficult to understand what is this. And if you come from Angular, what happens? HTML is different, CSS is different, TS file, which is JavaScript, which is different. All of these three are different. In React, mainly what happens, CSS file here also is different, but the HTML and the JavaScript file are same. And HTML and JavaScript file, they have combined and created something known as JSX. Okay, so this is JSX. You'll find JavaScript also inside it. You'll find HTML also inside it. So this can take some time to get a hold of, but then also I know Angular also. Angular is much the learning curve is much more in Angular, and the duration to learn Angular is also much more than React. Okay, and a lot of people have asked for Angular bootcamp also, and that is also coming soon. Okay, so now this is one component, the main component, but we are not going to work on this. So we are going to create because this is the parent component, we are going to create hooks till tomorrow. We are going to create a new component. Whenever we create a new component, we go to src, and then we will create a components folder, and inside that we will do greet.js. I'm going to do just like this, greet.js. We are going to do, we cannot use CLI here in React, so that is only there in Angular, not possible. Yeah, I know NGGC is there in Angular, that is not there in React. So they are just simple component, but we have something else which I'm soon going to show, and it will give a much better thing than the CLI also. Okay, so we have to create this greet class, and import React. From React we have to do always in a components. We are going to create a functional component first. Okay, and export const greet. So I am using an arrow function here. So arrow function is there again in ES6, again a ES6 concept which you should know. This is a normal function, this is arrow function, and then we have to return something always in both in functional component and a class-based component. We have to return something, and return is like this, normal bracket if you have multiple statement, and then I will give a h1 hello world. I will give hello world, I will give, and save it. And now in React we want to add everything. We do it in a component. So I want to add this component inside this app so that can be shown. So how to do that? So for that I have to import this component into this app.js, something similar to Angular but not exactly. So here I'll do greet like this, and it is giving me a shortcut. If I press enter, so this is all in VS Code, so it will automatically import it. Okay, And in React we have to self close the component. This is self closing the component. This is also a type of HTML. You might have find it out in input and all. It is there, so you have to self close this. So greet is there, and this is a special type of import we have to do. We're soon going to see other kind of import. So this is called as default import, or we're exporting it. It is known as default export. So this is how we do it. And if I save it, okay, if I save it, yeah, this is not that kind of import. This is called default import. And we are going to have a named import also later. Okay, so this is done like this. And this kind of import is generally used when we have 3-4 export, like some function we can export like this. So if I do this, and if I come here, see hello world is been printed. So that is coming from this component. So this is how the React structure is there. And app.js will always have different components in it. So we'll have this like app.js and greet component, and this you can manually type also, and I can use a shortcut and all also. Okay, so yeah, you can define more than one component in greet. Like this you can do, but generally we don't do this kind of things. We do at some places, but not in functional component that much. Okay, and I can do, so although its name is greet, this JavaScript function is also there. And let's see, JavaScript function. So JavaScript function also, it is taking from greet. Okay, so it is taking it from greet. Name of file is important. We'll see it in a different kind of thing. So this we have done, so we can take it like this also. But this is one way. Okay, so that was a good example you asked. So but we generally don't use in this way. This way we use only when we have a lot of small functions are there. But the next way, which I'm going to tell, which is the named export, which let us create another component, because this component should be there. For the example, greetings.js. And no, what I'm doing, greetings.js I am doing. And here, and as you were told, asked about your how to do a shortcut. So how to do a shortcut means I don't want to type every time there, but this much I have to type, not like Angular. So I have to go to extensions in VS Code, and I have to download this extension, which is known as ES7 React Redux graphical React Native snippet. So it gets a nice snippet, and slowly you get used to it. What are the short forms and all. And generally there are only 1 or 2 shortcuts are there, and you have to press the tab. So this you have to install from yeah, here you go in VS Code and you can install it. Okay, so there are certain shortcuts are there to get the skeleton. So like this, the shortcuts are generally I use 2 shortcuts. I generally prefer arrow functions for functional component. So the shortcut name is RAFCE, and I have to press a tab then after that, and it will create the structure. RFC complete structure it will create. And now I'll do H2 hello from greetings. I'll do, okay, and see one thing is there, this is known as default export, and this is the thing which you are going to do a lot. Okay, default export. Oh, I think I have told it opposite. This is known as named export. Okay, so here I am doing the export const here only, and here I am using this default keyword, and but in this way you can only export one thing, and generally it is the class name. What is the file name? The file name and class name are same, and here I could have sent anything. It is not required that it will be great. It can be, let us take it, world fn. So it could have in world fn also, and world fn, world fn, but it is taken from gate, so it could have been like this also, hello world. Okay, now this, but this greetings we cannot do it like this. The name should be same, this greetings and this all should be there, and there is a default export. Now you'll see one more thing, which is how we are going to greetings. See, the import way is different. So import greetings from, so there is no curly bracket here. So this is the way to do it. Okay, import greetings from greetings. I will save it. Okay, now and most of the time we are going to follow this one only. Okay, so see, hello from greetings is coming. Okay, now we will learn about the class-based components. Okay, now the class-based component. So this is, we have learned about functional. So now class-based. Okay. So Read.js, it is named, yeah, it is known as named Read.js. This is known as named export, and this is known as default export. Named export, and this is default export. They are known as imports. Star as, yeah, star as also you can do, but I don't remember the format now. Star as something also you can do. Yeah, from Read.js. Okay. So now we will go into the class-based component, and class-based I will make welcome.js, and here welcome.js, and again let us use that your extension only. So class-based component are formed by shortcut, means because of my extension. Okay, not anyway, rcc I'll do, and then press a tab, it will be done. Generally a bit of wrong it is there, export default, we can do it here also, but generally we don't prefer to do it here. Export default, we should do it like this. That is also okay, but most people do it like this. Okay, so this is a class-based component, and what is, a lot of differences are there from a functional component. A lot of differences are there. Okay, so first difference is there. See, it is a class, means anyways this component you have to import from React, and extend component. So this is something in like inheritance thing is there. So class welcome is that we're extending from component which is the React, so we don't have to understand anything here, just we have to need to understand that okay, this is a sort of inheritance which is there in nowadays in JavaScript also it is there, because this class based component, this inheritance thing is there. Don't need to understand much about it, just this extend keyword means it is inheriting some of the React things. This extend keyword means no ts, I don't actually I don't like it also that much, ts, and Angular you can use TS, but React developers generally don't like TS that much. They hate TS, TypeScript, and Angular TS is there. And I also personally don't like TypeScript that much. Yeah, it helps, but generally most React project doesn't start with TypeScript. I have never worked on any TypeScript React project. Maybe because Microsoft is pushing it very hard, because those who don't know, TypeScript was invented by Microsoft. In Microsoft projects, I've heard they use TypeScript a lot, but yeah, it depends. Means it is not that much good, that much different. It is there, just you have to do type. Yeah, it is huge. Maybe sometime in the future, but it is way too much for the skill. Yeah, you can, means you can add TS, means you can instead of .js you can take TS. No, you can just start with .ts file and you can do it. Okay, maybe sometime later, maybe sometime on my channel you can check it out. Maybe in the future I will create. Okay, so this is there. It the main difference is there, this render function is there. Okay, this render function, so it will always be there. Here there is no render function, and this render function is there. Okay, so this render function is very important for state concept, because this render function, what it happens, because of that only this component can load multiple times. Means this component, whenever some change in the state is there, this render function will run. We'll learn more about it, but this is the way it is done, the class based component. Today we are mainly going to concentrate on class based component only. All the functional component also we're going to see, but we are going to see it like this. There is a difference when you use hooks in a functional component, that we're going to see tomorrow. Okay, so this render is there, and then greetings. Now I will import this welcome, and again it will be similar. That import will be similar anyways, because we're doing the default. That import will be similar, and it will be shown like this. Welcome to React World. It is coming from there. Okay, so one more thing. So, okay, so we'll end it by going to some basic, means functional versus React. Means generally we use a simple function and a func key component. There is absence of this keyword, and this was one of the main reason also that functional component are very means popular, because this is very complicated in JavaScript, and also in React we'll soon see. And solution without a state, but which is not completely true, mainly responsible for UI. Yeah, it was earlier. Stateless dumbless presentation, not again completely true. And this class-based component more feature is maintain its own private data state, which we are soon going to learn. State complex UI logic can go here, provide lifecycle hooks and stateful smart container. So this lifecycle hooks also we are going to learn, and because of the lifecycle hooks only, the React class-based component become very complicated also, because of the lifecycle hooks. People don't understand lifecycle hook that much, but they're not that much difficult also. Only 3-4 hooks you need to understand, and it is more than enough. Okay, so that is there. And then the hooks. So hooks we will learn. So we'll learn some of the feature about it tomorrow. And as I told, we should not ditch the class base completely. And because there is no breaking changes after hooks came, and completely opt in 100% backward compatible. So you can have a project in which some hook based class are also there, some hook based functional component are also there, and class based are also there. And because of the hooks, there are two very powerful features of a class-based component are state and lifecycle matters. They have come to the functional component, and this should be learned after we learn everything about state and all, about class-based component. Okay, so now we will learn about JSX. JSX we have actually already learn about JSX, but the JSX, one sec, we have some slide on JSX. Okay, yeah, so the JSX, is extension for JavaScript. It is known as JavaScript XML. The full form is JavaScript XML. So write XML like code with element and component. XML is something which was there earlier used. It means it was something like HTML only. So JSX is also like XML. So JSX tags have name, attribute, children, and JSX makes the React code simple, elegant. Okay, JSX transpiles to pure JavaScript, which is understood by the browser. So that is very important. And this ultimately, because browser won't understand a combination of HTML and JavaScript, so it ultimately have to compile to JavaScript and HTML separately. Okay, so after that, so some JSX differences are there. So like that, we'll soon going to see that at the end of the day, JSX is nothing. See, mainly it is HTML only. HTML, but we are soon going to see how to incorporate JavaScript also here. So here also, like HTML have classes, means in HTML class you can use, and for that is used for CSS. You can use a class keyword here in HTML for CSS, but in React, class is not allowed because already we have this class keyword here. So how can we use it here? Okay, so that's why they have created something known as class name, which is just means just like this. We'll do class name, this thing we'll do and make it equal to something. Okay, so and that is CSS classes. Okay, that is CSS classes. Okay, so that is there, and then there is for is there. For is used in ID, yeah, your labels. So those who know labels and ID, labels and inputs are there. For and IDs are used. So for is used there. So again, for you cannot use in again here in React. You have to use HTML for. And the other things are that everything is camel case. So in HTML code, if you have seen that on click is there, on click is small always. On click, to which links to some event handler. But here in React, it's on click, C will be capital, it will be camel case. Okay. So now we will start with, so this is not, this is like this way. So now we will start with one of the very important concept in React. So React has means only three concepts. One is props, one is state, and one is lifecycle hooks. Those are the three main concepts, and even that lifecycle hooks is not there in hooks based React. So the first thing which we are going to learn is the props. Props are nothing but props are a way to pass data from one component to another. So suppose we want to pass some data from here to the welcome. So how we'll pass that data? So props are the way to pass that data. So let me do one thing. Let me comment this all out. So this is how we comment in React. So I just you have to use it like this, and I just press the control and backslash and it will comment it out. So I have commented it out. Yeah, that binding things also I will tell. Yeah, React, I think Calvin, you're coming from Angular world. Angular is much more powerful than React. It has got two-way binding and all. React doesn't have it. Is one-way binding, but there is a way to do the two-way binding. I'm going to tell that also, and that is also there in Angular, the two-way binding, but there is just one-way binding mainly. Okay. So this I've just commented it out because we are going to see something else, and I'll bring this down and I'll comment this out also. So control backslash and comment it out. So inside you have to comment it like this, and outside you have to comment it like this. This is the way we comment in React. So this greetings is there. I'll be passing some props to greeting. So name equal to JavaScript Golang shift is there. Okay, so these all are there. Now I have to go to this greetings. Now greetings, this thing name I have passed. So here I will come, this is a function component, and here I will get the props. So the keyword props is a keyword. So props I have to write, and then let me see what is there in props. Props, let me see, save it. And so 3-time objects are passing because 3 times is there. So this props is an object which is containing this name equal to JavaScript. So it's an object. Props is an object. So we just pass the name equal to something, and it is received as a props, as a parameter, as a prop. So we can do it like this, props. And now we want to get the data from there. So props, as you can see from here, there's a props. Props is the object name. Props dot name is JavaScript. So hello, I can do, and here is the main thing. Here is something on JavaScript thing, means dash 2 is there and all is there, and but I want to show some variable name. So show some variable name. So I have to use a curly bracket here. Okay, and then props dot name I will do, save it, and here if I go, see JavaScript, Golang, and Shift is coming because we are passing that name. So props dot name we have to do, and this curly bracket we have to take because here we cannot, means some variable name if you want to do, we have to take this curly bracket. So the variable name is been done like that. So this is one way to pass the props. And now there is another way to pass the props. In most of the cases we are going to pass it like this only. Okay, so the another way is to pass the props is by children. So if I come here and this is let me do this, and I will complete it actually like greetings, and here and this also I will do. Now if I go here and refresh it once, see now props dot name is JavaScript. Okay, props dot name is JavaScript. This is the props object because I'm logging the props object, and it has got another thing which is known as children. And what are children? Children are passed between this square bracket. So these are passed between here and here. So these are this is children, and so this is language of the web is there. Okay, so this is there, and this is what we are getting here as a props or children. Now we can show it, and let us show it. So let this be h2 and let this be p, and props dot children I'll do, save it, but it will give an error to me. Okay, so the error clearly says that adjacent JSX element must be wrapped in an enclosing tag. Do you want to use a JSX fragment? Okay, yes, we do. You want to use. Okay, so React, there is a issue that the starting and the end always should be same. See, it is starting with the h2 and ending with the p. It is not allowed, and it should start with something, maybe with a div, and you have to wrap it with a div. But see, it also gave us that do you want a JSX fragment? We'll come to that. Okay, so if I save it, it will work properly, and we are getting that as a language of the web and language of the iOS app, because their children props are children. This doesn't have a children, this have a children props, so we are getting that. And now it was telling something very good known as the fragment, React fragment. So what are React fragment? See, div, those who don't know, div is a block level element. It's block level, it creates a block. So in bigger project, it always creates an issue when you have a div in some component and all. So instead of the div, I can remove the div, and this is known as fragments. Starting and end, this is known as fragments, and save it. It is something like a span. It doesn't have give anything in CSS, so you can start and end a React project. That means that instead of div you can give this, or div also is okay in a smaller project, so it will behave like this one. So this is known as fragments. And now we will look into how to use our props in a class based component, which is this welcome, how we will use there. Okay, so here welcome, okay, welcome is there, and even I can have a button inside it. Anything, I can have another component also inside it. It's not like the text. So this all I have done. So okay, welcome is not defined. So I am doing, and right now it is welcome to React world will only come because it is like that here. So now again we have to use the props. So there is no way we can pass a props in a class based component because there is nothing like this functional parameters. So in class based component we use this keyword for props. Okay, so here again, so let me do this, and h1, this we have to use this dot props dot name I have to use, and this dot props dot children I have to use, like this we have to use this. Okay, so this keyword will be there. If I come, are you all able to hear me? Means suddenly the recording will stop. Not a recording, the Zoom got disconnected and it got started. Okay. So I don't know what happened. Okay. So let me share again. Constructor Ramya will check soon. Constructor, yeah. Okay, so this dot props dot children, this is how we do it. And if I come back here, so this will come, and Java. So this dot props dot, so this keyword we have to use here. Okay, so this is all about props. Now there is now we will look into state. Okay, so state, what is state? So also look into this. So there is always a bit confusion between state and props. So because of that, I've done this. So props get passed to a component. State is managed within the component. State is always for that component only. So it is like function parameter. Props is like function parameter. State can be, you can think it as a variable declared in a function body. And props are immutable. Props cannot be changed. We are not able to change the props, but state can be changed. Okay, state can be changed. And props just props in a functional component, and this dot props in a class based component. And state, we'll soon see tomorrow that there is a use state hook through which we can use the state, and this dot state is used for class based component. So we are going to see that today, this dot state for class based component. Okay. Yeah, props, yeah, state are local anyways. Okay, so this is there. No. State we cannot pass. No. The state of a parent will be state of the parent, state of the children will be state of the children. State, we cannot pass the state or change in some place. State is local, completely local. So the state we are going to see now. So here, let us create all this. We'll close and okay. Then okay, so we create a new component. Counter.js. Okay, and it will be a state. Okay, so the first thing is that whenever we are doing a state, we need to have a constructor. So every class have a constructor also. Again, there is shortcut const. The constructor will be having this super keyword. So super keyword is very much required because the super keyword, because we are extending from React. So super props means we are extending some of the React functionalities. So just it is required. And but the main thing is this dot state, and this dot state, see, this dot state is a object. So it is an object, this dot state, and this is how we declare the state. So as with any other programming language, in JavaScript also, constructor only runs one. When the state, when the class is initialized, it will run at that time only. So this dot state will make the count as account as 0. So this is known as a state variable. We're making a state variable. So since it is an object, so key value pair. So key is count, the value is 0. So initial account variable, the value is like this. And then we have if count is this. So inside this render, we are going to use this state, this dot state, and this thing is not there in a functional component. Only this thing is there in a class-based component. This dot state dot count I'm going to do, and I'm going to save it. And so this is how, see, anyways, this, since this is an object and we want to show the object, so how we will show it? This dot state dot count. If there are more key value pairs, we will show by that name. This dot state dot count will show the value. Okay, so after that, we are going to have it imported here. So we'll comment all of this out. And show the counter like this, save it. Now if I come back, so the count of 0 is being shown. because the 0 was, this is the state, this is the state dot count is 0. Now we want to change the state. So we want to change the state. So how do we change the state? So we are going to have a button. We are going to have a button through which we are going to change the we are going to change the state. So this div, I'll put it here. Okay. Button increment. So increment button will be there, and on click. So on click, as I've told, on click is the your again the click C should be capital, because in React we do it like this, and then after that this dot, anything we will do this dot increment count I'm going to do. So increment count is a function which we are going to create. So increment count okay. So now the way in which the state is incremented, so it is not like that I want to this counter is just a basic just example in which I have a count and I can increase the count by clicking on the button 1 2 3. I can do it. So the way the state is increased means I want to do the count as 1. I cannot do it directly like this dot state dot count plus 1. So that is not the React way. In React we have something known as this set state, through which only we can increment the state variable. So this is like this dot set state, and it will be count this dot state dot count plus 1. So this is a function in which we are passing an object as count, and the count we are increasing is as this dot state dot count plus 1. So this is the only way in which we increase the count variable. So no other way we can increase it, and we will soon see why there is no other way. Okay, this dot set state, only this dot set state we are going to do. Yeah. Instance, I'm not understanding what is instance, Ramya. So yeah, maybe this dot set state is provided to us by React. So understand. So let me save it. So it is like this. It's runtime object. Thanks, Vipin. And then I'll click. Let me open that here. I want to show something. I'll click the increment, and it broke the app. And it broke the app not because of some React issue or something wrong in the code. It broke the app because of JavaScript issue. Because JavaScript, this is complicated. And what happened here? This doesn't see if cannot read property undefined set state. Undefined set state because this it cannot read what is this actually. This is undefined actually inside it. So because this right now belong to the global state. Generally in JavaScript this belong to the global state, global window object. So but in this case I want this to be belonging to this function. So this function, it should belong. And there is a very big means I have a very big YouTube video also on this. If you want to understand, you can check that out, that this, what is this is a bit complicated to explain in just quickly. So it is occurring because of this. So how do we fix it? So there are actually 3-4 ways to fix it, and I will show soon, but let us fix it for this instance. So the way to do it is there is a JavaScript function known as bind. So we will fix it through bind. So it is happening because increment count, it is not finding it. So we'll do it this dot increment count equal to this dot increment count dot bind this, and we are soon going to see better ways than this because this is a bit complicated. Okay, this dot increment count and this dot increment count or bind this. So binding this to this function, it means that binding the this value to this function, and if I save it and if I come back, clear it, now it will work properly and no error will be there. So this is one way to fix it. So this way we'll soon see other ways, but the main thing is that here the set state is the only way to increase the state. There are no other ways to do that instead of the set state. Okay, and yeah, one more thing, like we will understand. Okay, let me answer the question first. The arrow function we'll learn later on. What is change detection means? Yeah, I'm going to tell that change detection thing. One second. So yeah, so on click I'm calling this function increment count, and this is changing it. But why it is changing it? Let us see that in a class-based function, why it is doing that. Okay, so let us do one thing. Let us ditch this dot set state, and let us see why we cannot do it directly like this dot state dot count equal to this dot state dot count plus 1. Okay, so like this I have created. Just I am incrementing it like this so that maybe it will also get increased everything. So now we will go back and open the console. Okay, now I will increment it. See this is 1, this is still 0, this is 2, this is still 0, this is 3, it is still 0, 4, it is still 0. Everything, the state is actually getting changed, but the main thing is that this count value, this 0, it is not getting changed. So it is not like that the state is not getting changed, but it is not being shown here. And the reason for that is that React, this all belongs to the DOM and all. So React re-renders the component only when there are 2-3 scenarios are there. One scenario is only 2 scenarios are there. One is the change of state, or some props comes into picture. Some props are being sent. So here how that change in state is detected when the this dot set state is done. So it triggers this render again. It triggers that render. So when it triggers the render, then the new count is been done. So only this dot set state changes the state in a way that it will render. The render function will run. The render function is very important to run. Okay. So this set state, whenever the set state is done, then only the render function will run. So we cannot do it like this. So render function is very important. So when so it is sort of, it re-renders whenever it re-renders, then only the state. So I'm changing the state like this. When I'm clicking on the incrementing, the state is getting changed. But if I don't have a set state, it will not re-render this component, and if it doesn't re-render this, the new state cannot be read. So I will remove this. and save it, and it will be again, it will be working properly. Okay, so now why it was working properly means okay, so one thing more I want to show. After this, if I have a CLG here and this dot state dot count is there, see really, so this is 0, incrementing it is 1, it is still 0, 2 it is 1, 3 it is 2, so it is always 1 behind. So why it is 1 behind? Because the set state calls are very fast and they are asynchronous. The moment the set state is been called, the render happens, and after that it comes to this line, and so it is having the old state only. So that's why it is not been shown. So the moment we do this, the count get count get increased, but it is showing the old count only. So that's one of the reason. But if you want to have any code, this is just a special case. If you want to have any code which I want to run after this dot set state is been done and it doesn't goes to the render, before the render if I want to run anything, so I have to use a special case. So there are many times as I'm maybe we want to run some function or something. So in this increment count, we are going to have a second parameter like this thing. I will cut it and I will then do a comma here, and this is how we run function in line in ES6, and I will just do a console log here. Just do a console log here, save it, and if I come here now, increment count 1 1 2 2 3 3 4 4 5 6, so it has been done at the same time. Yeah, change detection is only called when set state has been done, because this dot set state is done because the render is only done at that time, otherwise it will not be done. Okay, so now we will look into another use case of a special case, not use case, another special case of set state. So this count is there. So in on click, I'll not call increment count directly. I'll call another function, increment increment 5 times. This dot increment count. So 5 times I'm calling. So I'm thinking that if I press this increment count, what will happen? This will call this 5 times and this set state will be done and everything will be done. Okay, so like this I will do it and I'll click it. Okay, first it is giving an error because this dot increment count, anyways the same error it is giving. There are better ways to do it. We will soon see those better ways, but right now it is. So increment count, see, one thing is that it was called 5 times because it is this console log is there. It was called 5 times and one was only increased. But it was not like it was not. We thought that it will be 5. Here we thought it will be 10. It is only 2. It is only called 5 times. So what happened? It is happening because in React when we group multiple set state, when you have multiple set state, React groups them together for a single update for a better performance. So this is for some performance things. So React was mainly created for performance only. So it is done for performance, but our code is sort of broke. So how do we fix it? So we will use a special case to fix it. Okay, so that special case is instead of this your there is another way to use set state. Instead of leaving here, I can pass let me remove this also. Now this is making a lot of change. I will do priv state like this, and so we are calling a function now. So this is arrow function. So we are calling a function previous state and previous state, and then we are calling this function with this parameters like this. And now we don't have the state thing. We have something known as previous state dot count plus 1. So I will save it. And now what is we are using the previous state. So every time we updated, the previous state will be also kept in mind. So now if I go back and update it, 5 will be updated, 10 will be updated, 15, 20. So this is just a special case. When you sometime your code will broke, then you can see that okay, previous state we need to do. Okay, so this is there for previous state. Okay. Now we will look into a concept which is known as destructuring. So this is an optional concept because but in most of the code which you see, this destructuring concept will be there. Okay, this destructuring concept will be there, and let us see that. So again, I will comment this out, and first we will see this greetings. Okay, these greetings we are going to see. Okay. So greetings, what we were doing is this is a functional component and is the props is coming. So we were using like props and all, but there is a way to destructure it. Instead of this props, see, I was having two things here. One is name and the other props is known as children. So I was using that props.name and props.children. So destructuring, we have to use that object destructuring we generally used, and then instead of I'm just directly passing it here as name comma children. I can directly do that like this, name comma children. I can do that. And now instead of this props name, I can do this props in this name, and this I can do and save it. And now okay, greetings is not defined because I have to put this also, save it. So again it will behave like the same thing, same way it will work. Okay, so this there, this is how it is done. So there is a second way also to do this in functional component only. Then the second way is to have this props is there. So I will cut it and have a props only here. Props only will be passed here, and then we'll do proper object destructuring. So this is ES6 concept, const name children equal to props. I will just do, and so it means that only name equal to props dot name, children equal to, so this means name equal to props dot name and children equal to props dot children. These are actually two lines, but again a ES6 concept. So it will again work like this, name children, and it will work. So this is a refactoring with props. And now the other refactoring we'll do in a class based component. So how to do that? Okay, so in class based component, how we'll do the destructuring? So here, so there is the first method definitely won't work because we are not passing it in the argument. So the second method will work. So this kind of method will work. So let me copy this, and it will always need to be inside the render. Okay, so but there is nothing as props here. Okay, so that is because we always have this dot props. So I'll do this dot props name children. So like this, children, I'll do name and children, and welcome is not defined because I have forgot to do this. Save and see, again this is coming perfectly. So this is the another way to miss, and we always do this destructuring in our code. You'll find this destructuring just a ES6 concept. Okay, now we will learn about event handling, and we have learned a bit about event handling earlier in the counter. So but there are actually 4 ways for event handling, means that by 4 ways we can fix the event handling. So we will see that. So we come back here and make a class event bind dot js, and okay, this I will do. Then okay, just it will be similar to what we had done earlier. Const, just to show how to do event binding. Message is hello world, and then here will be a p this dot state dot message, and button click. So similar, this is similar to the counter thing which we have created, but let us not do the counter again and again. Break it as break is at 245 after this, and then the next is at 3. Okay, after this concept I will take the break. This is the last concept. Okay. On click is this dot handle click. So this dot handle click I'll do, and handle click function I'll make. This dot set state is message hello Java script, like this I'll do. and just similar to earlier example which we have, and event bind. So this function I'm taking event bind, and I think it is imported. It is imported and it is done here. And when I click, it will give the error, same error which we have gone seen earlier. So actually, I want to tell there are 4 ways to fix it, and we'll see those all 4 ways to fix it. And why does this error comes? This error comes because I have told earlier also, but let me do again. LG this, what is this here, we'll see. Okay, console, click. So this is undefined, so that's why it is coming. So and this array is mainly coming because of this is undefined. And the first way to solve it is let this be there. Yeah, there are 4 ways to solve it. We will see the first way first, and which is to bind it here itself. Again, we will be using the bind, so we'll add dot bind this. We'll bind it here itself, dot bind this. So we'll do this and come back, click, and it will be solved. So now see this. This is not undefined, this is equal to event bind. So it will only work if this is equal to event bind, which is this event bind. So this overall class. So this will only work at that time. So the one way is by this way, and the second way. So this is the first way. The second way is through arrow functions. Okay. Button, click, on click equal to. So the arrow function like this, and this is a way to execute it here itself. So this dot handle click, but we have to call it also. So this is the second way to fix it. We are calling it through a arrow function here itself, and this way we can call something like this dot set state also here. So this is a very good way, means the function is executed here itself. So if I do this and I call back and I click it, it will be working fine, and hello Java state has been shown. Okay, this is the second way. And the third way is the way which we have seen earlier. It is button, click, on click equal to this dot handle click is there, handle click is there. So it is going normal, and we have to bind it in the constructor. This dot handle click equal to this dot handle click dot bind this, which we have already seen, and it works completely fine. It will work completely fine. Okay, like this. And the fourth way is the main way, in which you all should use it, because that is the most modern way. Actually, this is the way which was earliest discovered in React, and after that these two are the oldest, binding, and then this arrow one was discovered, and means it released. So React team also keep on changing the versions and bring some new thing, but the one which I'm telling is the latest one, and that is okay. And for that also we'll use it like this only. This is a handle click will be there, but we'll not touch here. And let me comment this also out. Okay, and in that what we are going to do, we are going to change this function itself into an arrow function. Arrow function are actually very powerful because it binds this keyword to your whole whatever the context is there. So the way to make it an arrow function is just like we have to make it an arrow function like this. Save it, and it became an arrow function. Let me come back here and clear it and click it, and we are here and it is working fine. So we will now learn about method as props. Uh, so it was asked by, I think, wait. Okay, so everyone joined. So Calvin has asked this, that how to pass props from other way. That is, in Angular we have two-way binding, so there is not much issue in Angular. But in React, how generally we pass the data from a children to a parent. So that is the way. That is the thing. So from children to a parent is we pass it in a different way, because the easy way is from a parent to a children. We have seen how to pass the props, but now we will see how to pass from a children to a parent in the opposite direction. So I'm going to have a parent component.js and child component.js. These two I'm going to have. In the parent component, constructor I'm going to have, and parent name is Robin Wood Senior. So just a name is there, parent name, and we will have a function known as greet parent. Let us make it the arrow function so that we don't have to work with those things much, and it will give an alert, and which will be hello dollar this sort of state or parent name. It will give an alert like this, but we are not going to call it from here. It is not that simple. We are not going to call it from here. I'm just calling the child component. I'm going to call it is not imported, and it is going to be a functional component, simple rfce. Save it, and there will be a button which will say greet parent, and save it. And now child component, I have imported it, so it is imported. Save it. Let me add it here. Parent component. Okay. So greet parent button is there. So now what we want to do, when I want to click on the greet parent, which is coming from the child component, I want to access a function which is in the parent. So how do we do that? So here we are going to pass a prop. Anything can be named, like the greet handler will be the name, and this will be this dot greet parent. Okay, this dot greet parent, it will call this prop handler. See, this prop is calling this thing, this function. This prop is calling this function. Okay, so means, but we're passing this props in the child component. So we're passing that function here, and here we will have a on click will be there, and it will be equal to, so we are getting this props here, props, we are getting a props here. So props dot greet handler, props dot greet handler I am going to talk, because this props is called greet handler, greet handler only, and we're going to call that greet handler, and that greet handler in turn you will call the greet parent, which is a function. So this is the way to do the opposite thing. Means we generally pass a function, and through a function we are going to do that. And if I come back here and click on it, see here at hello job means junior. So this is how we do in the opposite way, but still we are not passing the data. We also want to pass some data also, but at least that connection is been made. And the opposite way, from child to parent, the connection is been made. Now we'll pass the data, and it will be very easy because we are using a function. So what we are going to do, we are going to pass some argument in the function. So if you want to pass some argument, means then we have to do it like this. Props dot greet handler here, like this, and do, and then here I will come here, and now this we don't have to change anything here because anyways, and we have to change here. So now this argument will come. So any name we can now give. Let me give it child, hello parent. Now we can use it from child I am giving. So this child, it is taking, save it, Robinhood Senior from Robinson Junior. So it is coming. So this is how we pass in the opposite way, from our children to a parent to a function as a prop. So we have to pass a function as a props, and that is the only way to do it. Okay. So now we are going to do conditional rendering. So conditional renderings are very important in React. Means all the time we don't want to show all the things in React. So for that we are going to create another component, and that component will be called user greeting.js. We can do anything. Means there was no concept of a state in child, so I created it as functional. Why to create a extra thing? So user greeting is there, and then it is user greeting. User greeting is imported. Save it. Now here our const is logged in is false. So we're sort of mimicking this. You might have seen in many sites that if you log in, it will show that welcome the username, like welcome, my name Nabindu, and if you are a guest, it will show as welcome guest. So there is some logic is there, means some things get, so depending on that we generally set a flag, is login as false or true. So right now we're doing just simple like this, and here I will have h1 hello Nabindu hello guest. Okay, so right now it will show both of them. Okay, so now there are there are three ways to do can do three or four ways, I think, so do a conditional rendering in React. So we'll learn about all those states, all those ways to conditional rendering. So I don't want to show both of them. Depending upon this variable, I want to show hello Nabindu or hello guest, and in this case it is logged in is false, so I want to show hello guest. So I don't want to show both of them. So how I do this? So here I will move this first. This. So the first way is to do it through if statement. So this, even this return will be, we are going to use multiple returns actually. So this returns, which is not a good thing, means we are going to use multiple returns, which is if this dot state dot is logged in is there, then we will directly to return of this one h1 and this, or else return of this. So just like this. So if this is true, so if this is true, then this, or else this, and in our case it will be where is it? Nothing was written. Return statement. Oh, here also I have to give a return. Save it, and hello guest is been shown. And if I do a true, hello Nabindu will shown. So this is the if statement, and we don't use it that much, but it is there. Sometimes I have seen in production code a big amount of code is there in the first if statement, and a big amount of code in there in the second if statement. So this is one way, and we should not. There is a thing that we should not return multiple times. So how can we fix that and we don't return multiple times? So the second method is just on the top of this first method. So instead of returning multiple time, what I will do, I'll do a let message empty, that message will be there, and then this message will be equal to this, and message will be equal to this, and then after that return of this message. I can do like this, returning this message, and again hello Nabindu will be shown, and if I make it false, hello guest will be shown. So this is the only on top of that. But the third way means, this way we do a lot in React, means and this way is through your ternary operator. Ternary operator are used a lot in React. So ternary operator, those who don't know, it is a short form of if else statement, and the best thing about ternary operator is that we can do it in one single line. So just see the whole thing we converted into one single line. Return this dot state dot is logged in, and then this question mark I'll do, and then just I have to do this because I'm already returning it, so it is there, and then like this, save it, and hello guest has been shown, and true, hello Nabindu has been shown. Okay, so This is the third method, and there is a fourth method, but the fourth method is only used if you have only one thing. So if you want to show one thing, or else we don't want to show anything, so that fourth method is been used, and that is the shortcut operator of and. So and operator is also known as shortcut operator because it have a special kind of behavior. I will tell which is special behavior it is having. So this dot state dot is logged in I'll do, and then just the and operator I'll do, and then this. So it can only be used like this, that if it is logged in, then it will show hello, welcome, and if we are not logged in, it will not show anything. So in this case it will show, but if I make it false, it will not show. Okay, so it can use in that case only, but why it works like this? See, the thing is that and an operator is having a special feature. So whenever something is true at this side, then only it goes to the right hand side. If this is false, it will not even check the right hand side. So that's one of the reasons this can be, and an operator can be used in here at this place, and it has been used a lot in React. And an operator, and it is also known as short circuit operator for that reason. Okay. Now we will see how to render a list in React. So we do a lot of list rendering in the projects. We are going to do a lot of list rendering. So we'll see how to render a list in React. Okay. So here I'll go and do a person list .js, and let us do a functional component because we're not going to use any state or something. Just want to show how to render a list. So just a person list component is there. Person list, save it, and then the person list, the way to render a list is through map. So map, ES6 map, we generally do it through map only, and let's just have a list const persons equal to, generally in real world scenario you will always get an array of objects. See, all the data is passed in the internet through array of objects only. So we'll have one like this, and generally all of them have ID is very important in array of object. Skills is React. Okay. So array of object is there. Now we will render it, and if there is only one statement, we can also remove all this, and we can just do a return like this, persons dot map. So map is very powerful in React and use a lot in React, because with map we can write this single line statements a lot. So persons, we are mapping through it, and then person or anything I can take. Person is a better word. Then what I'm going to do, I'm going to send it to another component, and this is how we generally do. We generally don't loop it through it and send it to other component. Okay, person I will send, and in React it is always very important to, okay, I will show one thing. Person equal to person, and it is ending. Okay, so let's create this person, or else it will give me error. Person.js. Again, it is okay to create a functional, and I'm passing here the person. So I'll just destructure it. Person one name is person dot name, and to p tag age is person dot age, p tag skills is person dot skills. Save it, and it is there. Is it here? Yeah, it is there. Person is not defined. Yeah, here I have to import it. So it is imported. Now it is not show that error. So it is showing correctly. But one thing is there. If I go to the console, it is giving me a big warning, not an error, but a warning. Each child in a list should have a unique key prop. So this is a thing in React. What is React for? Internal working. So each means each child means in the list means this is looping through it and sending the list. It should be unique, and we have to give some unique thing to it. And the main thing is that we have to attach a key to it. So the app will not broke. It will not broke at all, and it will run as it. But if you keep forgetting to give this thing, it will send this warning a lot in your app. Whole of your app, you will have this warning everywhere. Wherever you will forget to give this, it will have this warning. So in it we have to give some unique thing, and in this thing the unique thing is the ID. Generally ID is always passed from the database. Always an ID will be passed from the database, and then what will happen, this ID will be passed, and ID is generally unique, because even I'm telling it as 1 2 3, but in that from the database when it's passed, it is even more unique. Some unique number will be there. Okay, so here we have to do a key. You have to write a key equal to person dot id. This, save it, come back, and then I will refresh it. See, I'm not getting that error anymore. So this is how it is done. Okay, so the next thing we are going to do is styling React components. So we are going to do, although you have seen that through css we can style, but there are another 2-3 ways to style, 4 ways to style a React component, and we are going to look into that. Okay, so the 4 ways is through CSS style sheet. One is inline styling, one is CSS model, which is very important, and one is CSS and JS library. There are some libraries like styled component. Some of you might have heard about it and used it also, but we're not going to use it. I'm not going to show it here because it is a very huge topic. Styled component, you can check it out, and it is also very good way. But some people don't find it good because again we are going to mess up with CSS, and we generally create component which are CSS in itself, style component. Okay, so nowadays I don't even see much people using it. So app.js, we are there, and here we will first we are going to create a style, and style sheets dot css, and so anything dot css we can do. This is how we do here. Primary is color is orange red, and secondary color is blue violet. Save it. Now we'll have a component style sheets dot js. Let us take a functional. Let us include it here. Style sheets. Save it. No, it is not a style framework. It is known as style components. It is known as style components. You can search about it. Not style. Actually, I'm wrong. Styled components. Style components. You can search that. Styled component. Okay, so style sheet I have given, and this is the style sheet. Let us have something here. Okay, so h1 I'll have, and css style sheets class name equal to primary, p will be there. Let's have lorem 20, and again the class name will be equal to secondary. So secondary, we these two have, but now we want to show this style sheet. So just we have to import it, and importing a style sheet is like import. Just you don't have to give anything, just a thing like whatever is a part is there. So style sheets dot css I will give, and save it, and it is showing the style. So it has changed the color. So this is the one way to do it, and the other way to do it is inline styling. So inline styling we also have in HTML, but here we do in a bit different way, because here we have camel casing in inline styling. That is the main difference here, camel casing difference. So const para styled equal to, so we are making an object, and then font size is 20px. So one more thing is that we have to give the right hand side also inside a quote, whether it has got a space or not. See, here we never give it, but here we have to give it, and this is an object, so it will not have this. It will have a comma. This is another important thing. It will have a comma, and the background color, I want to give background color. So background color, see, it's a camel case again, and then yellow I'll do. It is like this, and now I want to show it. So let me have another paragraph, and maybe 40. Okay, so here I'll do style. So style we have in HTML also style, and we'll give this para styled. We give, save it. This para styled is there, and if I come back, the color will be yellow, because we have given that color as yellow. Okay, so another thing, even we don't need this thing, we can directly give this also. Let us see that p. Okay, and here I can do the style and give one object like this, and see here we are given the para style, which is nothing but object. So we can just copy this and give here. So directly you can make another object here, and then color is red, comma, background color is light gray, like this. Save it. If I come back, so it has been done. So this is inline styling. Okay, so this is inline styling. Now we will learn about CSS modules in styling. So with inline styling, it is okay, means it is there. But with CSS, normal CSS, what happens, and I've seen it in a lot of project. So it is not like Angular that if you give some CSS, it will be there in that only. If I give some this primary or H2 or something, it will be a global style, and it goes to every component out there. So a lot of issues are being there in React because of that. Means React project, just like a HTML CSS project, if I give some developer give a some common class name or a H1, they will make it something. It will be a global thing, and it really causes a lot of issues I've seen. So there is something known as modules, which is through this, that CSS property will only be contained there. Okay, so we are going to do that. And in the style sheet, suppose I have a H1 as Sandro PX. No, means okay. Okay, so I'll have another component like module.js. I'll have can no class concept is there, so I'll make it like this. H1 CSS module I'll give, and then let us include this module also. Let's remove this, and module I have imported. So module is imported. Okay. So now I want to add some CSS here. So the thing is that I want to use some CSS here. So how to use that? So here, how to use it through a module. So we were saving it as style sheet.css, but we will not save it at like that. We will have for module thing. So that is the main thing, style sheets dot module dot css. So dot module is very important, then it's become the module kind of style sheets dot module dot css. And let us have a header here. Header color is brown, and background color is maybe this one. Okay, these two we are going to have. And then here I have to use this module. So how I will use this module? So I have to I cannot import it like this. Import means from style or says no, I have to import it. Import styles from style sheet. So this is styles is important. Styles from style sheets dot module dot css. Style sheets dot module dot css I'll do. And then in h1 the class name equal to styles dot header. So styles we have imported. So this styles, what is very important, styles dot header I'll do, and save it. And css module Okay. No, what I have done. Okay, it is to be dot header. Yeah, so it has been done. It has been done like this. So the way, if you do it like this, that CSS will be restricted there only and it will not be passed to another component. So this is a very good way to do it. It's just the module.css you have to do, and that styles you have to write styles from while importing. So this is something which we should always do. Okay. So now we will learn about a very important concept, which is the control component. So in any programming language or anything, forms are a bit difficult to handle, means especially means even React forms, even HTML forms, if you see, they're not that much easy to understand. And but in React or in Angular, there are some other things which are also involved when we work with forms, and forms are very important in any project. You will work, the forms will be there either to have an input, login, or many other places. Everything is a form in any project, because most of the things are forms only. Okay, so we are going to learn about forms and how to bind them. So that is very important, how to binding them. That is very important. That is a bit confusing also in React. So we are going to make demo form.js. Okay, and it will be a class-based component because we are going to have the concept of state. Export const demo form, and here that have a constructor and the state of user name. Okay, form will be there. So just a form is there, and then let us use a div because I want to have everything on different lines. So label, I will have an HTML for. See, this is one of the things which I have earlier told, that there is no for in React. Instead of for, we use HTML for username and username, and input type is text, ID equal to username. So ID equal to username, and because of that only we have taken the HTML for. So that is for HTML thing. But the main thing in React is that name is not important. In React, there is something known as value. Value also we have. Value is very important, and value will be this dot state dot username. As you might have guessed, this dot state dot username will be the value. So this is very important here. I will put a demo form or not? No. Demo form. Okay, demo form has been done. Then I have this input box. Because of this demo form, I have this. Okay, so I will come here and I'll try to type. You're hearing my keyboard, I'm typing, but nothing is coming. Nothing is coming. Even though this or state or username is there, but nothing is coming. So why not anything is coming? Because the thing is that React doesn't work like this. So this thing is not coming because our state is not again the same state thing. State is not changing, and so even okay, so we will do the state changes now. The thing in which React works means, let me take a form, show one thing. Okay, so there is a, this is a state, maybe this is a different example. So email is there. So after that, what will happen? See, this arrow is coming, it is coming to the value. This is a state dot email, whatever. Here it is username, it is okay. For email, it is there. Then we will have an on-change handler. Okay, on-change handler will trigger whenever some changes is there in the input box. So on change is something which triggers whenever some changes is there. So the moment I type, suppose one alphabet A I type, so this on change handler will be fired, and the on change handler will fire, it will go to this function which is take the event. So event is, this is nothing but in HTML JavaScript code also we can take the event. So this event will be taken. Event or target dot value contains that A which I typed. So even the target dot value will contain that A which I typed. So I'm typing the this dot set state equal to email and e dot target dot value. And whenever the this dot set state is run, I have earlier told that the render will run again, and the render will run. So the render will run. So now the value of this dot state dot email is A. So that's why it is shown. So it goes in a circular loop. So that's why we have to do this. So now we will have to do a on change. Okay, on change we have to do. So here on change equal to this dot handle user change. Just any name you can take. This will handle user name, user change I will take, and then here I'll do handle user change. I have to make it an arrow function or else I'll get an error. And event I will get here, and like here, this dot set state is the username, and event username is event dot target dot value. Save it. Now I go back here and I can type. Okay, I can type, so it will working fine. So this is how it is how it works in React. So you have to have a on change handler, and in that I have to do it like this. So now I can have something more also. So let me have a another thing. So it will be comment. Let me name it comment empty string, and like this div label HTML4 will be comment label okay. And then we are going to take the text area, and HTML4 is there, so ID will be comment. Okay, ID will be comment, and the value will be this dot state dot comment. Is it comment or comments? Okay, this is state dot comment is there, and we have to have on change also. On change equal to not handle user change. It will, again we have to change, take some different name. So let me take it handle comment change, and text area always we have to close it, so I am closing it. So handle comment change. So now similar to this, I will have a handle comment change, and this will be comment is event dot target dot value. Save it, and if I go back, See, this has come. Okay. And so it is working fine. Okay. So this is how it is done. Okay. Background should be there. Okay. Anyways. Now we will see another example. Actually, there are a lot of other things are also there in it. So radio box, checkbox, and they behave in a different way. And this all that you can see. But I will tell the example of options or drop down menu. Okay, so let's see the example of drop down menu, and you on your own check the example of checkbox, radio button, upload button. So they are a bit different, but not that different. That means there will be a state and there will be an on change. Language is React. So initial I am taking the language as React. So this will go to the label HTML for language, label, and select. Name is not required. Comment and username. I'll print when we take some submit, I'll print. Okay, so HTML4 is the name is not required anytime in React. ID is language. Okay, and the same thing will happen here also. And value will be this dot state dot language, and on change again we have to make on change is this dot language change. Okay, this dot language change. Okay, I'll use this. Okay, and the select buttons generally have an option. So option will be value equal to React, and React, let this be capital React Python, save it. So now if I go here, it is coming and it is, I can change also, so it is working. So now we will learn about how to submit this form, and we are not going to learn our backend or something, but we are going to learn how to submit this form. So after this div, let us have a submit, which will be button, a button, but as we have it, as we have in your normal. Okay, HTML also type of submit button is there. So as you might know that if I give a inside a form type of submit, I can directly means do the press enter also. And in React world, when we do this type submit, and we can directly means we don't have to add on click handler here. or we could have added an on-click handler if it was not a form, but we will add on handler here because it is a type submit. We can have a on submit handler. On submit handler is this dot handle, maybe handle submit, handle submit will be done, and then handle submit function we are going to create. It will take an event. We'll soon see why this event is important. Let's have a console log. And this dot state dot username plus it is already giving, so I am using it, plus this dot state dot language. Okay, so let me save it. So the moment I click enter or press the enter key after entering everything, this should come in the console log. So let us go here, inspect console log. Okay, whatever. So now and let me change it. And somebody asking something. Okay, Vipin. Okay, so now I will click on this submit. See, it submitted, but there was a weird kind of behavior. It generally, if you have seen it correctly, okay, see this thing correctly, this thing closely, this, it refreshes it. And if in React something refreshes, the state gets changes. So we have a bug in our project. We have a bug, and why it is happening? Because by default, the default behavior of a form is to submit that form to the backend, and when it submits, it gets reload. This is the default behavior of the browser. Okay, so we are going to solve this. So how we are going to solve this? There is a handle submit is there. Okay, handle submit is there, and here we have to do event dot prevent default. Okay, prevent default just means that we don't want the default behavior of the browser, which is by reloading it. Okay, I will do this. Now username root React Native, clear it, submit it, group React Native, it is coming. All these three are coming, so it is working fine. So this is how we do the forms, and it is very important. Okay. Okay, so now we have come to that part where we are going to see the lifecycle methods, which are a bit complicated, but we will learn them, the lifecycle methods. So let us learn them. Yeah, this is the output. See, Groot is good, and React Native. Now we will look into lifecycle methods, and I'll take through a slide. So the lifecycle methods what? So there are certain means whenever a React component starts, it goes through different lifecycle methods. So like mounting, updating, unmounting, and error handling. It passes through them. So there are different phases are there. So mounting is the phase when an instance of a component is being created and inserted into the DOM. So that is that phase. Updating is when the component is been re-rendered as a result of changes in either the props or the state. This also we're going to see. These two are the main thing which we are going to see. Unmounting is not that much important. Unmounting when something is removed from the DOM, and but these two are very important. So one is mounting when general flow is there, and other flow is there when we are updating by this dot set state or some props has been passed. Through that we are updating. So that is the another thing. So first thing which we are going to do is the lifecycle. Okay, we're going to see the lifecycle methods named quickly. So mounting have constructor, get derived state from props, render, and component did mount. Out of this constructor, render, and component did mount are very important. Component did mount we have not seen. Constructor and render we have seen. Okay, then the updating have again get derived state from props. Should component update important thing. Should component update is very important, and render is there. Get a snapshot before update is there, and then last is component did update, which is again important. Unmount and have component will unmount, and error have get derived state error and component did catch. These two we are not going to see here. It is not that much important. You can see it on your own. Okay, so first thing we are going to see is the mounting lifecycle methods. Okay, so the mounting lifecycle methods. So everything runs in an order, and we are going to see that order. So the order is the first the constructor will be run, then the get derived state from props will be run, then the render will run, and then at the end the component did mount will run. Okay, this is the order. And what is the meaning of each one of them? Okay, so constructor is a special function which has been called whenever a new component is been created. So it runs only once, and the constructor is perfect for initialization of the state and binding event handler. So which we have seen, initialization state and binding event handler, both of them we have seen. And don't do HTTP request from the constructor. Yeah, you should not do, and we have not done. And need to call a special function called a special function super props. This is required. Okay, can set a state directly with this dot state. Okay, state can be set directly only with this dot state in constructor, nowhere else. So then there is another method which is get derived state from props. This is a rarely used lifecycle method that is mentioned, and we are also not going to learn much about it. It is used when the state of the component depends upon changes of the props over time. And one more thing, this lifecycle methods we are also going to learn in when we are going to learn the use effect hook, because we are going to compare both of them tomorrow. Means a class-based component and a functional component. And then also we are going to see a bit of it, but from a different point of view. Okay, so it is there, get derived state from props. It is used when the state of component depends on the changes in props over time, and but it is needed to return new state or none. That is important. And then render, it is the only required method. So you have seen that constructor is also there, which is not required. If I don't give a constructor, React will not throw an error, because but if I don't give a render in a class-based component, it will throw an error. And read props and states and return JSX. So this is the most important method, and is return JSX. Don't change the state directly or interact with the DOM or do HTTP request. We should not do it in that. And component children component lifecycle method executed after this render. Then mounting methods are this component did mount is the one. So this method will be called only once again, and it is revoked after the component and its child component are rendered in the DOM. And it is the perfect place to do the HTTP request. If you have to do some, we are going to do some API request soon. So API request do the promises and all, and they generally take 1 or 2 seconds to get the data from the database. And so they are asynchronous type, and we are required to do it through component did mount only in React. So we are going to learn about it. Okay, so now we are going to see an example to see how this, what is the order. Actually we are going to see what is the order of this lifecycle methods. So come here. Patent. live cycle.js. I'll do const parent lifecycle, and we are going to place the console.log a lot because we want to see where it is going. Console.log constructor static get derived props. It takes props and state. And it have to return something, so we will returning null. Then component did mount, component did mount. Now in the render, render save it, and let us use it here. Parent lifecycle, and it is done. Save it. Okay, so the parent lifecycle is there. So now I'll come back here, and now I will refresh it. So we will see the order. Okay, so see, the parent constructor is been called first, then get derived state from props, then render, and then component did mount. Okay, so we have seen the order: constructor, get derived state from props, then the render, and then the component did mount. So this is the order in which it runs. Okay, so now we will implement a child method and be child lifecycle method and see if the parent have some child, then what order it runs. Okay, so what orders it runs? So we'll have a child life cycle dot js. So like this, and me what I'm going to do now, why it is giving me error. Okay, child life cycle. Okay, I got it. I'm taking a functional. Okay. Now let me do one thing. So I've changed everything with child life cycle. So it has got the same thing. Get data state from a component, it bound render and all those things it has got. Save it, and now I will bring it in the parent component here. So after this h1, I'll call the child life cycle is will be called, save it and refresh it. So see the structure, the way in which it will run is the parent constructor get data state from props, then the render will be done, and then it will go to the constructor. Then all of these things will run, and the child component did mount, and at the end the parent component did mount is will run. So once all the child things are run, then only the parent component did mount will run, and this is the important thing to keep in mind. Okay, so this is there. Now we are going to look into updating lifecycle matters. So updating lifecycle matters have also get derived state from props, but it has got some two things different. One is this should component update is there, and one is get a snapshot before update is also there, and component did update is also there. So component did update is very important. Okay, so and should component update also. So get derived state from props, again the same method which we are having, that this method is called every time the component is re-rendered, and this is a rarely used lifecycle method. Do not use http request for this method. Then should component update is there, and this is very important because it decides whether the component should be re-rendered or not, and this method is mainly used for performance optimization. I've seen this method used a lot because in React what happens, if a lot of renders is done, the big apps they become very slow. Small apps it is not the issue, but big apps will become very slow. So we have to use this method at that time, should component update. Okay, so after that we have render, again the same thing, and we have get a snapshot before update called right before the changes from the virtual DOM are to be reflected in the DOM. So as I told earlier that always a DOM change goes to a virtual DOM, virtual DOM goes to a DOM. So used to capture some information from a DOM, example read a user scroll position and all those things, and this also we rarely use it. And but component did update is very important, called after the render is finished in the re-render cycle. So this will know what is the re-render cycle. Use a snapshot from update component is one, can be used to do HTTP request. Yeah, it can also be used to do HTTP request. So we'll again do it through example, actually the same example, because we have three new methods. So those three new we are going to have it here. One is should component update, should component update, and it should return something. So and it should return true, then only the further lifecycle methods are run. Should component update, then get snapshot before update, and it has got priv props comma priv state and parent life cycle, get a snapshot before update. Okay, and it also have to return null, and then component did update is there, and here parent lifecycle component did update. Okay, so how do we render all these things? So as this re-render methods always run when we have some change in state or some props get passed. So instead of props getting passed, we'll just change the state so that this will run. So we'll have a button and change state on click is. So let's change the state here itself. Like this also we can do this dot set state name is my company name TWD, maybe change state button. So save it and let us do the same thing in the child also. So we can save it, come back here. So first time actually it gets loaded like this. So I'll connect it and then change the state. So see, this is the order in which it is run. So first the get derived state from props is done, then the should component update. See, in this time there is no constructor was run, no component did mount was run. That is a very important thing. Get derived state from props, should component update is run, then render, get derived state from props of the children, then this is also of the children, then it comes back to get snapshot before update, and then it comes for get a snapshot before update from parent, then it goes again to the children, and then at last it comes for the component data update. So this is the order which it is shown. Okay, so whatever methods means I have told means, see, the most important of this are which you are going to see is in a class-based component is a component did mount only and component did update. Rest of them you rarely see. Should component update only is use of performance optimization. So component did update is very important and component did mount is also very important. Those two, the most of the 99%, 95% of the cases will be done by these two only: component did mount and component did update. Okay, and so not much to worry about here. And anyways, this was very confusing, and these methods were also changing for the past 5 years in React. So React team also thought that this is very complicated, and that's why in hooks it is made very easy. There is no lifecycle method in hooks. Okay. Yeah, get a snapshot before update. Yeah, get snapshot before update parent. Yeah, it's update before the child. No, child is run first and then the parent. Okay, no problem. Okay, one thing more is there which we are not going to see, but there's a component will unmount. This we are going to see sometime, I think. So this method is called just before the unmount or something is destroyed. So you can do something sometime. What happens? You will bind to some event or something. That time you can do this thing. Component will unmount. Okay. So we're not going to see that now. We are going to learn about refs or reference. So in React, what happens, sometimes you have to access the DOM in React. Okay, so accessing the DOM is actually not advisable, but sometimes we have to access the DOM. We don't have any other way. So you might have said, I have not ever done that document.get element by id. So those are not done, and we generally interact with the virtual DOM only through state. The concept of the state is because of that only, because we are interacting with the virtual DOM. We are not interacting with the DOM. But sometimes some of the features of JavaScript is not there in React, and for that we use refs. Okay, so I'm going to take a very simple example, but in the you might get some thing like some jQuery library or something is there which you want to use in React, and then you are going to use it. So HTML.js. So we are going to have an input type text. Okay. So after that, let us also add it here. Save it. Test demo. Okay. So this is done, and then and this will just show an input box, simple input box, nothing else. So the thing is that there is something means when some form get loaded, you might have seen that there is a cursor which keeps on blinking here like this. Right now I have done it, but if I want the moment the app loads, it should start blinking there. Okay, so that is done through a HTML property known as focus. Okay, so that focus property, we have to access it through DOM. We cannot access it directly. So how we can access it? So we are going to access it through the DOM, and for that we'll use a reference. So our const I'm going to do, but we are not going to have anything about state. Okay, super pops, and then this dot input ref equal to react dot create ref. React dot create ref we are going to do, and then so this is how the reference are created. Okay, and then we have to attach it. So we will attach it here. Ref equal to this dot input ref I am going to do, and this is done, and then component did mount, and this dot input ref I'm going to see. Let's see when I do. So this dot input ref is the current input, and I am getting all the access to all the whatever is there in this DOM. I am getting access to all the things. So I can use a lot of things like client left and client right, and all of those things I can do. And there is something known as focus also, which I have to find, but I think it's there somewhere. Okay, it's there in this long list. Somewhere it is there. Okay, so now I want to access that focus. So how I access it? I will access it through this dot input ref dot current dot focus. So this is how we will reference it. So current is always used. This dot input current dot focus. So this referencing to this, so component did mount, as I have told, it only runs once. So it will run only once when the project will start. When this component will mount, it will get run, and it will make the distort input at a parent to focus. Okay, so if I save it and if I come back here, so by default it is coming. So I didn't change it, and if I refresh it, I can see by default it is coming. So this is how refs are used, and there are some more use cases, and that when we will do some production project, you will learn about it. So different use cases you will learn, and that's how you will learn. Okay, so now we are going to learn about context API. So context API. So we were passing props from one component to another. Okay, let me do a let me show one thing. Okay, so suppose there is an app component is there, and I want to pass some data from app component to component C. Then I have to pass through component A and B also, because the order is like that, app component to A, B, and C. So this is a waste. This is a waste, means a component A and B doesn't require. And suppose there are 100 level deep component A app component and component C, then you have to pass through all of them. So this is not how we should code. And in this case, we are going to pass a data. Props is nothing but the data from one place to another. So that we can do through context API. Another powerful method is Redux, which is quite advanced topic. Redux is also used for state management. Okay, and Redux itself is a very big topic. So that is used for state management, and I think I have Redux tutorials. It is recorded in the course which I have provided you. So you all can go through it in that course also in the Redux. Okay, so we will do that context API now. So that is the reason. So let me again, let's demo. I will comment it out. Comment it down. Okay. So I will have a child component, child.js, then parent.js, and one is grandparent.js. So this all I am going to have, and the child component, so everything will be, means let's start with the child component, rcc, and export default child, and it will say child component, save it, and then the parent component is rcc, parent, and here I will be returning the child. Okay, so it will be returning the child, and the grandparent will be the last. Okay, and in grandparent rcc, grandparent, and here I will have parent. Here I will have the parent. Okay, save it. Now the data is from the grandparent, parent is called, and from the parent, child is called. Now in the app, we are going to have the grandparent, where is imported also. Save it. And then the the child component is been shown like this. Okay, child component, that will be S3. Okay, the child component is been shown. So now I want to pass the data from the app component to directly to the child component by passing the grandparent and the parent component, and for that we need to have something known as context. We have to set up the context. Before that we will have a user context dot js, and here import react from react we are going to have, and then const user context equal to react dot create context. So this is all provided by react only, react dot create context I'm doing, and then const. So it has got the concept of provider and consumer. So user provider I will have, and user context dot provider, and const user consumer equal to user context dot consumer I'll have, and export user provider and user consumer I'm exporting, and this is the named export I'm doing, as we have learned earlier. Named export I'm doing. Now so user provider is there, and so whenever we use this context API, so we have to wrap what everything with that. So I'll do wrap everything with the user provider. So user provider, and it is imported. So they imported with curly bracket user provider value. So this value is a keyword. So this is how we are passing the prop. Value is a keyword. Mention that value Nabindu. You cannot change it to name or something. No, it have to value Nabindu, and like this I have to wrap it, means this will come here, user provider, save it. Now we can use it in the child. So I will directly go in the child, and we can use this value, the props, but there is a way to use it. And here let me remove this one now, and user consumer I'm going to do, and wrap it with everything, and then okay, then this curly bracket I have to take. Okay, this curly bracket, and then I have to pass the user name. So anything I can use, username I'm tailing, but I can take anything, and then again this, and then return. So this syntax is a bit complicated. I'll tell another way also. So this is like this. This syntax is known as render prop syntax. This is a way to paint React. So this return I am doing like this, and now I want to use that username. So this username can be anything. You can use anything in this place. H1 maybe child component, and H3 maybe hello username. Save it. So this username I'm passing it. Our username is like this, and then if I go back, I'm going to see hello Nabindu. So Nabindu was passed from here, and I'm able to catch it 2-level deeps directly, but I have to use this format. Okay, so this format is a bit complicated, and it will become more complicated if I have another user, another context, something I want to pass, another props. That I'm not going to tell that now, because we want to see this now. So there is another way to do this. See, this provider thing will be like this only, but the consumer thing is a bit complicated, so all these things we have to do. So there is a easier way. So suppose I want to do it here, so let's do it in the parent component. Then also we are bypassing the child component, but to do that, in the user context you have to do, and we have to do a default export also. First export default, and we have to pass the complete user context. So see, I'm passing the complete user context, not the provider or the consumer, but I'm passing the complete user context. Then I will come to the parent, and here I have to import user context from user context. I'm going to do, and here I have to use it with static context type equal to user context. I have to do that, and then so these are all keywords. Context type equal to user context. Okay, and then I want to show it. And we just have to use this dot context. So this dot context, all of them are actually keywords. So like this, you might be thinking this context type I'm giving, but I have to use it with this dot context, and it will know this context type, user context I give, and but this I have to give it this dot context. And if I come here, and it's welcome having this, so it is coming perfect. So this is how it is done, context API, and you should always follow this method. This is much more easier. Okay, so now we have come to our last topic of today, and which in the class-based component last topic, and which is to do API calls. API calls are very important. Means everything is stored in some backend, and we have some API endpoints, and we have to hit that API endpoint to get the data. So that is how internet works. Okay, so this is not a backend course, and React is not for backend, so that I'm not going to tell. But we have API endpoints with backend, means Node.js, and different languages are there like Java, through which we do the API endpoint. So we are going to do that, and okay, so asking something. Just this is this dot context is I have taken from export default user context, then imported it. Static context type equal to user context. These are all keywords as I have told. Nothing you can change, and then I can just, wherever I do this dot context, it will do that. So this is done like this. What context? Yeah, that is also keyword. Then this is also keyword. Everything is a keyword here. Yeah, we have to use the same. So now we will see the API endpoints. Again, I have to remove this all. Okay. We'll create a post list.js file. Okay. post list, and here we will hit the endpoint. So there are many fake API endpoints in the internet. So we are going to hit this JSON placeholder. This is a very good site. They have created endpoints for us. So we are going to hit this post endpoint, which gives us an array of object. This is an array of objects. It will give exactly this thing, and we are going to show it. So this they have implemented in Java or Node.js. I don't know. They have implemented it. Okay, so we will come here, and so we are going to get this. So because it's an array of objects, so we are taking an state as an post as an empty array. Okay, so as I have told earlier, we have to do the API calls through component date mount. Okay, and we have some concept of async await also, which is there is in JavaScript. When you do some API call, you have to either do it through async await, or then there is a then blocks is there. So then catch blocks. So you have to do it through that. Okay, so we'll do it through async await. Both of them are equally used, async await or that. Async component did mount. So we have to make it async, and const URL equal to that URL posts. Okay, and now we are going to use something which is inbuilt in the browser, which is called as fetch. So you can use some third-party library also like Axios, but we are going to, for that you have to do npm install Axios, but we are going to use res. So const means fetch, const res equal to await fetch and the URL, and then const post equal to, okay, so there is a problem with fetch that you have to do two awaits. So that is in their documentation, or but that is how in the skeleton is there, you have to do two fetch, two means two awaits. So you have to do this when you do access or something. We don't have to do it. Okay, and then the CLG of posts I'm going to do, and then the render. Let us have render just let us have h1 list of posts. Okay, so see, all the 100 posts are coming here. When I do, all the 100 posts are coming here. So we have got all the things. Now we just have to show them. So we are going to show them. Okay, so here we are going to use this dot set state posts is posts. So this post is actually this post, and this post is the this your state post. Okay, so this post is state post, and this post is this post. If I want to change, I can change it like data and posts data. Like this also I can change if it is confusing. Okay, so now I got the post data. Now I can just show it, and we will show it to the map, which we have earlier seen through map we have seen. But there is another thing, the short circuit. You should always in React, because this API endpoint, this takes 1 or 2 seconds. So we have to check whether the data is there or not, or it can sometimes give some error. So we will check it with posts and then posts dot length. Just post dot length is more than enough. And then I will go. So this two will return true, then only the next one will return. So post dot map is post, anything post, or maybe item I will take, IT I will take, because we can take anything. And div post dot title. And as we have learned earlier, not post dot title, it is IT dot title, IT dot title. And as we have learned, we have to give a key also, key equal to IT dot ID. We don't have a class. Save it. Okay, posts is not defined. Line 23. Oh, wait. This post is actually, this is the state. So I have to do it here. Post equal to this dot state. So again, I'm using a bit of object destructuring. Okay. I need to show everything. Someone is asking something. Yeah, index also I have taken. Yeah, post.length.0. Yeah, it is more than enough. Post.length is more than enough. Greater than 0 is not required. You can give it, because if it is of no length and it will return undefined and it will not even go away, go inside. So this is how the request, it is all fetched. And you can use everything. You can take it to a different component. If you want to start a new project today, you should always start with hooks and not with the class based component. But then also it always depends on your company, as I have told, means what they choose. Sometimes they choose class based also. But I was yesterday only, I was doing some project with Redux and all, and it has that slowly everything is moving towards hook. So they have made custom made hooks also. So let's get started with hooks. So what are hooks? Hooks are okay. Wait a sec. Okay. So hooks were first introduced in React 16.8, and they allow us to have the concept of state and lifecycle methods in functional component. And why React team is moving slowly towards hooks, because this keyword is very confusing in class based component. Okay, and classes doesn't minify well. At the end of the day, everything get minified in JavaScript in React, and it is shown in the browser. And there is also something, there are we have not seen much, but there are some complicated higher order component and render props we have seen. The pattern which we saw in your context, they are known as render props. So those patterns are also very tough. So with hooks, they try to simplify everything. So now I have created one project with npx command, like npx. Yeah, npx I have created one. So it generally takes time. So I will go there, state hook, open it with VS Code. Okay. So what we are going to do, we are going to first create a class based component, and the state and all we are going to see in that, and then we are going to convert it into a hook. So that is how we are going to see, so that we can do a comparison between both of them. Okay, so src, I have to components, I will do, and feel free to ask any question whenever you are in doubt. And class counter.js I'm going to do, and here it will be a RCC. It will be a class-based component. Okay, so here simple class-based component is there, and we are going to implement a state in it. So our const. Okay, yeah, hooks means functional based component. Count is 0. We are going to change this class based component into functional based component. So I'm going to teach like that only. Every class based concept we are going to change into functional from state to lifecycle hook. So that is the way I'm going to teach. Okay. So that was one of the reason also that I told that lifecycle hooks will sort of been told again, because we are going to see lifecycle methods also again, and we are going to convert it into hooks. Okay, so this is the normal class based component with the counter is there. Okay, and then after that here we have this state is there, and we'll have a button. Okay, and it will have count of this dot state dot count, and on click handler will be there. On click handler will be there. It will be this dot increment count like this, and then this increment count is equal to this dot state dot count plus 1. So these all things we have seen yesterday also. So just means whenever we click the button, the count will get incremented, and we have taken a arrow means arrow function, so that we don't have to do those things which we have done yesterday, the binding things. Okay, so here it is, and now let me go to the app.js. Here we are going to remove all these things. Okay, class counter I have done. Logo also I don't want. Save it. Now I'll do npm start. Okay, so just count will be there. Okay, and I can increase the count just like this. Okay, so this is how class-based thing works. Your state is there and the increment count is there. So we are now going to convert this same thing in a hook, and for using the state in a functional component, we have something known as use state hook. So there are only two most important hooks. One is the use state, one is the use context. Okay, and not use effect, use state and use effect. Okay, so now let us convert it into a hook based thing. So hook counter dot js I'm going to do a use effect and use state. So here it is a functional component RFCE, as I told earlier. So I'm using the shortcuts which I've told earlier. So, and then after that we have to change first this state thing, which is a count of 0. We have to change this into state. So there is a different way to do the state in a hook based component. So we are using array destructuring here. So this is again a ES6 concept. Count comma set count equal to use state of 0. Okay, so like this. Okay, so this line is means, and we have to import it also, okay, or else it will give me error. So use state is imported like this. Okay. Okay. So what is this means? So this dot state which was there in the constructor, the initial count of it is equal to 0. Here the this count is also initial count of it is 0. This is sort of array destructuring, so this count is equal to 0. So this is the initial value. And in state, what happened in the class based component, there is a set state, and set state is common for everything. So we can have multiple state variables also with a comma here. But in hooks, what happens, every state variable, so this is also state variable, will have a different set state. So this is not set state. Generally the standard is that whatever is the name, we will do a camel case and do that. So set count is nothing but the set state. But for if I have multiple also, it will means be different. So if I have multiple, then suppose if I have something like this count 1, then it will be count 1. But here it will be like if I have something like, so I have to do this like count 1 here only. Okay, so and then I have to do with set state and comma I will change it. But here I have to have a different set count. Okay, so it is like that, and now it is not complete. So now we have to increment it. Means in this also we were incrementing it with this dot set state. Now how to increment it? So I will have a button and hook count is, so there is no concept of this or something here, this dot state or something. So just count, you can directly use it as count. Now the on click handler, I'll do on click handler. Let me directly do it because this is a very small statement. So I could have made another function also like this. The function I could have created an increment count, but we can do it right here also because it is a very small statement. Set count is count plus 1. Set count is just count plus 1. No concept like this this dot state dot count plus 1 and all those things. So this is very simple concept. So count is count plus 1. It will by default it will take. Okay, so now I have done this. Let us first check whether it is working or not. So I will come here and hook counter, I will do save it, and I go here. See, the hook counter is also there, and it is also incrementing just in the same way as it was incrementing that. So this is how your hook use state hook is working, and we are going to learn a bit more about it also. So this is how the use state hook is working, and this is the way, means no constructor and nothing. See, functional components are very simple. There is no constructor concept, there is no this concept, there is no render concept. No, render is also means it also rendered something. If you change, it also rendered, but there is no render method and all those things. So and this is as simple as that in a hook based counter. Okay, so we will move forward. If someone have some questions, they can ask, and we will move forward. So now we will look into a concept known as previous state. So previous state we have seen there in our class based also. Previous state, an example of set state with previous state also we have seen. So now we will see this previous state in the use state. Okay, so let's do that. Counter 2.js, and hook counter 2 we are going to create, and then here const initial count equal to 0, and const count and set count equal to use state of initial count. Okay. So count can take, and we'll have some button reset increment decrement, and we'll have on click handlers again. On like this one, on click handlers we're going to have, but this on click set count will be equal to the this for the reset. We are just going to reset it to the initial count, so just we're passing the initial count, which is 0. So similarly increment will be exactly similar, count plus 1, and decrement will be count minus 1. Okay, save it and counter 2, save it. So now use state is not defined. I will forget this thing. So use state, have to import it. So if I come here, this reset, increment, decrement is there. So incrementing is done, decrementing is done, and reset is working. All are working properly. So again, we will check the same issue. Means if I want to increment for 5 times, so what will happen? So here button and increment 5 and on click equal to increment 5 const increment 5 equal to, so for let I equal to 0, I is less than 5, I plus plus, okay, set count is count plus 1. Okay, just doing like this, save it, and this all are working, but this is not working. This is again, it will do the only one, it is increment on 1, because React again group all those set state. So this is like set state only, those set counts together for performance thing. So we cannot use it like this. Again, we have to use the previous state concept here, but previous state or previous count, so that is the previous state concept here. So this is again very easy here. So it will, we can say it anything, but generally we can say prev count is, so whenever you see arrow thing, it means it's a function. So prev count plus 1, just like this. And if you have done like this here, we should also change it here, because it is much better to keep the consistency. Increment count here like this, minus 1, save it, and if I come here, so if I refresh it, increment is again working perfectly, decrement is again working perfectly, and this one is also working perfectly, incrementing in the 5 times. So this is how the prev count is been taken here. Okay, so this we have seen earlier also, this example. And now in use state we'll see 2 more things before moving to use effect hook. So these are again the special cases in which this use state sort of breaks So we will see that. This for loop is running here. Okay, thanks. So yeah, so now the use state with objects we are going to see. So what will happen if you have a use state with object, and what are the issues in it we are going to see. So let me create another component which is hook counter 3.js. hook counter 3 it is, and here we are going to have a const name comma set name equal to use state, and first name is this, and the last name is also there. Last name is also empty. Okay, then we are going to have a form and input type is text, value equal to name. So the first name is there, so value will be name. So it's an object, so name is an object, so initial value is name is an object. So we can give anything, array also we can give. So name is an object with first name and last name. So one will be for name, one will be for last name. So it is name dot first name on change is e. So we're directly doing it here. Set name so setting name, we for first name we are going to do the first name. So first name is e dot target dot value. Okay, and last name will be, again it will be e dot target dot value, and let us also show those things as to first name is name dot first name, and last name is name dot last name. Okay, name dot last name. So it is like this. Save it, and let me include that now. Include that now. Okay, hook counter 3. Okay. So counter 3 is done now. Okay, again I forgot to use the use state. So first name and last name, both of them are showing, and we can give it. So let me give a bindu, and here I will give this was. But see one thing. So when I give Nabindu my son, my first name is there, but when I adding again here something, and this will go. When I add something here, this will go. So this is the issue. But let us see what is the issue exactly with h2 JSON dot stringify. So JSON dot stringify is just a JavaScript thing in which we can this is all JSON, so we can do it. Means name, the whole name I want to see what is there in the name. Okay, the whole name I want to see. Save it. Now you can see this. Let me do it again. Initially everything is empty. Hindu and the moment I do this, the first name is going away. The first name is from the array, from this object. The first name is going away, totally first name is going away. And if I do something in the last name, the first name is going away again. If I do something in the first name, then the last name will go away. So it will work like this. Why it is working like this? Because this use state means use state hook doesn't automatically update and merge the object. When we're using set state in a class-based component, they used to do that merging thing. So this, for this to work, we have to use the spread operator. So okay, so spread operator means whatever was the earlier, it was there. So set name I have to do. So as I have told, a lot of ES6 concepts are used in React. So dot name. Okay, so dot name I have done. So now what is happening means, so whatever was there earlier, spread operator will spread that thing. Means if I pass the first name, so the last name, whatever was there earlier, it will take it and spread it. So if you want to know, you can check my ES6 videos. Okay, and I've given you all a course also. In that also you can check the ES6 thing. So dot name I am going to do. So it is going to spread it. It is going to spread it, and then dot name again I am going to do here also. So it is going to spread it also. So save it, and now I come here and so it will be there, and my name also it will be there. Okay, so this is how we have to do. This is a small thing which we have to keep in mind when we are giving the initial means the state variable as an object. So we have to spread it while we are changing it. So this is about it, and now we will check an example of use state with array. It's not an issue, but we'll check an example. So instead of this object, we can give array also. So we'll check that. Okay. So again, hook counter 4.js I'm going to do, and okay, const items comma set items equal to use state of an empty array. Okay, then again I have to import the use state. Okay, there will be a button, add a number, and in this button I will have a on click equal to not set item, let us have it as add item. A function will be called which is known as add item. So let us make that const add items equal to an arrow function, and here set items I'm going to do. So I'm initially took it as a array. So again the main thing is to tell that again we have to use the spread operator here, dot items for array. We have to use that. So spread operator works in array and object also, means, and whatever is there, and then I'm going to do a id is items dot length. So item dot length will initially be 0 because there is nothing there, and value equal. So this is just an example value. I am just taking as maths mat dot random into 10, just taking a value, and then whenever I'm adding it, a new number will get added, and it will, the older thing, it will spread it with the spread operator. So that's why spread operator is using. Now I want to show it, so that show it in a UL, and here items So items is the array in which it is saving. Items dot map, we can do the map and item or it li key will be equal to it dot id, that id which we are saving, that id, and it dot value I'm going to show. So it dot value I'm going to show. Okay, key is it dot id and it dot value. Okay, just like that, and then the hook count of 4. Save it. Then add a number, and I just adding a number, random number in it, and everything is working fine with no error in the console, because key also we are taking it as item.id. Okay, so everything is working. Also, this is how for array also we have to do. So the main thing is that for array or object we have to do this spread operator, which is a must. Okay, now it's time to look into the second most important hook, which is the use effect hook. And sometimes it is even more important than the use state hook, because this single hook means it takes care of all the lifecycle method in class-based component on single hook. So the thing is that we have to use it in a different way to get rid of all the lifecycle method. As I've told earlier also, there are actually only two main lifecycle method. Three main lifecycle method. One is component did mount, one is component did update, and one is component will unmount. So it is done when the component is unmounted. Okay, so these three are the main lifecycle methods. Okay, so we are going to see that. Okay, so again we are going to start with a class based component, and it is very important because we are going to change the lifecycle methods again here. And today we are going to see the real lifecycle method in action, because how they are done. Yesterday we just saw the flow, and as I've told, only the main lifecycle methods I'm going to tell, so that we are going to see. Okay, so class counter 1.js, and then RCS is done, and then for default class counter r const and count of 0 is there, and then we'll see two lifecycle method. One is component did mount and component did update, and they are the most important lifecycle method. They are the one which you really use in most of the code. So component did mount, what it does, it runs when the component is loaded first time. So it is like constructor, it will run only once, as we have seen. So we have a simple state again, and we are going to, let me first do it. We are going to just first have a button which will update the state. Okay, and even will show it here itself. Click will show it here itself. Okay, so this dot state dot count I'm going to show, and then the on click equal to this on click. Let me change it. This dot set state count is this dot state dot count plus 1. Okay, like this. Okay, so like this I've done. So just the count will increase, but just the button count will increase, but we also want to change the title also, and for that we are using component did mount, and here document dot title equal to click this dot state dot count times, and similarly component did update I'm going to do, and component did update require previous props and previous state, whether you use it or not, it requires this thing, previous state. And then again this thing I'm going to do, save it, class counter1, save it, and if you come here, see this is increasing. Okay, let me move this out here somewhere. So this is also increasing, clicked 1 times. So this is for the click 2 times, click 3 times. So this title is also we are increasing by component did mount. So how did component did mount work? So the first time when we started, it was 0 because of this component did mount. It was 0 because it runs only the first time, and then after that the second time onward, when we are changing the state, when we're clicking it, so this dot set state will run and it will change the state. And we know that when this dot set state is run, then only the second type of this will be there. This lifecycle method, updating lifecycle methods, they are known as. So this updating lifecycle method will run at that time. So this updating lifecycle method will run at that time. So, and that will change it. So updating lifecycle method will change it. So which is the component did update. So that second time onwards, this component did update started to run. That we have learned yesterday. Okay, so now what we are going to do, we are going to change this into a hook based thing with this two being changed. So for that, again we are going to do a hook counter 1.js, and now we are first going to use the use state hook, const count set count equal to use state of 0. Okay, and so let us import it. Use state is imported 0, and now the return part we are going to do, and here we have it like this button, click count times, and on click is equal to set count plus 1. So this we have learned earlier in the set count thing. Okay, what is happening? I have to end this button here. So I ended it here. So this is the normal thing, but now we want to change the document.title also. So for that, we were using two hooks here, two component lifecycle methods here. But in hook-based component, we have a hook known as use effect, which replaces the lifecycle method. So use effect, we are going to do use effect. So use effect, generally we have to give a function, and then inside the function we have to write it like this. Okay, so document dot title equal to clicked dollar count times, save it, and let me add the hook counter here, save it, and the hook counter I have saved. Now use effect. I didn't imported it again. I forgot to import this use effect. So use effect is done, and now we are going to go here and see this is coming from the use effect, because anyways I have removed the class counter. So if I come here, click 0 time, click 1 times, click 2 times, click 3 times, click 4 times. So what is use effect effectively doing? We're soon going to learn that we can pass something here. By that, use effect will behave in a different way. So if we don't pass anything here, so use effect is working as a combination of component did mount and component did update. So first time when this component get loaded, it will do the document.title as 0, and the next time when we do this set count, so the state get updated, and whenever the state get updated, the component is re-rendered, as we have learned in class based also, it gets re-rendered. So when it gets re-rendered, then this will again run in the form of component did update, and it will update that. So in this way, it will run as both component did mount and component did update. Both of them it will run as component did mount and component did update. Okay, so this is how the use effect is so powerful. So much code we have changed it with this. Okay, so now there are another three use cases of use effect. This is the first thing, because as I have told, the use effect is replacing all the main hooks. So it is some different way you have to use it, and then it will change everything. So that is the thing which you should know, and that is the reason we are going through class based also. Okay, so now we are going to see the conditional use effect. So this is like this, means now we are going to see conditional use effect. So for that, again, we are going to have a class based component, and again a counter, class counter 2.js. Going to do cc export default class counter 2, and just have some of these things like this. So we are going to have another state which is name. Okay, name we are going to have. Okay, and then component did mount and component did update. We will again going to have this. Okay, I will have a console log also, because we're going to see something. Console log updating document title, updating document title I'm writing. Okay, then here I will have a input, actually have input box. Okay, input type text, and so for this name, and value is this dot state dot name, and on change will be equal to e. It will be this dot set state name is e dot target dot value. Something is on e dot target dot value. Okay, this one is not ending. This one I have to end. Okay, so this input box will be there, and there will be a button also. Button will be similar to what we have. button will have this, it will increase the count and click this with this times. Okay, so I'll save it and I will have this class counter 2. We're using this, yeah, class counter 2 I'll have, and it is done. Save it. Now I will come back here and this is there. Now what we are going to do, first thing is that I am going to click this. So yeah, it will increase and it is saying me updating document title. Again click, it is saying me updating document title, which is perfect. But now I'm going to do, it is also triggering this document, updating document title, but I am actually not updating document title, I am updating this. So this is a very common issue with React. And what is happening means whenever I am typing there, the state is getting changed, and whenever the state changes, the component did update will run. But it is unnecessary to run this component did update. Suppose there is some big logic in this component did update and we don't want it to run, but if it is running, then it will slow down our application. And this happens a lot in production level app, it slows down the application. So we don't want the component did update to run every time, even if it is only changing count state, it is not changing the name state, but then also it is running. So we don't want it to run in such cases. So what happens in a class based component, what we do, we are passing these prep props in the previous state. So if state dot count, it is not equal to this dot state dot count, it is not equal to this dot state dot count, then it's there like this, updating document title, and document dot title, it is there. So the previous state dot count is not equal to this dot state dot count, then only it will go inside. So when we change the state name state, so it will be equal, the previous state and the current state will also be equal, so it will not change. But when we click on the button, the previous state and the current state count will be different. Okay, will be different, so that's why it will run. So let me save it and let me come back here, and then I will first I will let me do one more time this, and then I will do the click one times, it is updating, click two times, it is updating, click three times, it is updating. But see, now see, whenever I'm typing it here, nothing is getting updated. So this is one of the thing, and this is one of the way we achieve in a class based component. Now we will achieve the same thing in a hook based component, hook based functional component, and this is what is known as conditional use effect we are going to do. So this is conditional rendering also, we are known as a conditional rendering also. So conditional use effect we are going to do. So now let us make a hook counter 2.js. Hook counter 2 is already there. So hook counter maybe 5.js, hook counter 5.js, then RFCE hook counter 5 I have made, and then okay, and first also save it and I'll import it here. Hook counter 5, I've imported hook counter 5 and like this, save it, and then did that. Okay, so first thing is that I will use a use effect use the state to create the state. Okay, so I will do that. Const count comma set count equal to use state of 0, and then similarly const name comma set name equal to use state of empty string, because this is how we had here empty string. So this we are converted first. Now let us import it also, or it will again give me error. Use state. Then here input type equal to text, value equal to name, on change equal to on change equal to e, set name is e.target.value. Okay, like this, and button click count times, and here on click equal to set count plus 1. Okay, and again in that use effect we are going to have use effect we are going to have this. I don't need this dot state. And it will be use, let me write use effect here first. Use effect updating document title I'm going to do, and I have to import the use effect also, or else it will again give me error. And did I did it? Yeah, I did it. Okay, so we can go back, clear it, and use effect updating document title, and use effect updating document title, and it is again giving the same issue, and for the same obvious reason it is giving. So now, because there are two states again here also, to the count and name, but I want it to change only on the count and not on the name. So we have used this complicated logic here, like if state dot count and all those things we have used. But here we can directly give that use effect should run only when the count is changed and not when the name is changed. So this should only be depend on that, and for that I was telling that second parameter is there. So I have to do a comma here, and I have to give a count here. So just this count in this arrow, in this array. So this is by default, you have to give that array, and in that array only the count will be there. So count I have given. So it simply means that the use effect should be run only when the count is been run, only when the count is been changed, not the name is changed. So if we have 4-5 states and I want it to be changed on 2-3 states, so what I will do, I'll do a name, I'll do a comma and a name and all those things I'll do, and it's work like this. And then I'll do come here, and then clicking it is changing. Now let me do it here and see, it is not changing. So it is not changing, it is not changing anymore. So this is how it is done. See, this much easier part is done. So this much logic was there here, and only we are changing it here like this. So that's why hooks are so popular and everybody wants to work with hooks only. and the complex logic of conditional use effect was changed with just this thing, that whatever is done. So that's the power of hooks, use effect hook. And this is the second case which we have seen, and there are still some more cases of use effect, which is I think most more important than the use state hook also. So the next thing which we are going to see is the use effect only once. So use effect to be run only once, so it should mimic the component did mount. See, component did mount means only runs once, and it should mimic that component did mount. So we are going to see that, and we have done enough of counter example. So I will see a different example now. Okay, remove it now. Okay, so that we are going to create a class mouse.js, and then here cc export default class mouse. I'm going to do okay. Okay, if and then const, and I'm going to have two state variables. One is x is 0 and y is 0, and then this is there. Then in the render part, x equal to this dot state dot x, and comma y is this dot state dot y. Okay, so like this, just we are showing this thing. And now what is this class mouse? There will be a in a component did mount, I'm going to have window dot add event listener. Yeah, we can have this here also, window dot add event listener, mouse move comma this dot log mouse position. Okay, now this function we are going to create log mouse position equal to e like this, and this dot set state and x is e dot client. So this e dot client is something which the browser provides us, e dot client x. So it gives us the just like e dot target dot value is there. So means e dot client x will give us the exact position of x, and y is e dot client y. It will give the exact position of y. Okay, so like this, we have added an event listener. So JavaScript category event listener also we can add it here. So like this in React, and then we are changing the mouse position. So let me save it. So component did mount will runs once, and it will add the event listener, and it will log the mouse position. Now we'll see how it will work. So did I edit a class mouse? No, I didn't edit it. So let me comment it out, and now class mouse, I'm going to do class mouse like this. Class mouse has been done. Now I will come back and see this is there, and let me comment it out, and whatever the mouse position is there, it is updating it. It is updating. So it is just simple, it is running like this. That add event listener it is doing, and then whenever the position of x and or y is changing, so this the set state will run, and whenever this the set state will run, everything will be re-render, and this value will change. So it will, the mouse position it is going to give like this. Okay, anything okay, like this. Now we are, and it is working fine. So we are going to change it with the hook we are going to change. We are going to change this component did mount with hook, and now here hook mouse dot js we are going to do, and hook mouse. Okay, and then oops, x is x, y is y, const x comma set x is equal to use state of 0, and const y comma set y is use state of 0 again. And now we are going to use the use effect. So as we did it component did mount, we are going to do it in the use effect. Okay, use effect, and console log is hook use effect called. Let me have this console, and window dot add event listeners is here also, but and then mouse move we are going to have, and here log mouse position. So again this log mouse position will be there, and const log mouse position equal to, will be passing the e here, and set x is e dot client x, and set y is e dot client y, like this. So this is going to run. So this is actually, this is going to run everything, and we don't want everything to run. Hook mouse I have done. Yeah, class mouse. Let me remove this. Hook mouse I have done. Now the thing is that we want it to be run only once. It's like this, and when we did it in component did mount, it only run once, because we don't want the add event listener to fire more than one time. It is fired only once, it is more than enough. Okay, so here to mimic the component did mount, we have to do again pass a thing, and that is will be empty array, just an empty array, no state, nothing, just an empty array. So now use state and use hook is not defined again. So see, now it is working. Now it is working fine. Okay, and it is also giving us some issue, like just a warning that we should there is a memory leak, because we have not done that remove thing. So whenever we do add event listener, we should do a remove event listener also, and which we are going to do soon. But this is working fine, and this is how it should work. Okay, so this is done. This is how component did mount lifecycle method is been changed to a hook using use effect with the empty array. Now we will learn about the use effect with cleanup. As we have seen that cleanup is very important, because whenever we add something, we should remove it also. Add event listener, this event listener should be removed. So for that, what we are going to do, we are going to create a component which is mouse container dot js, mouse container dot js, mouse container, and here const display and set display equal to use state of true. Okay, the true, and here div, let me import this use state again. Okay, so here I'm going to have a button which will say toggle display, it will say, and in the on click I am going to do the set display to not of display. So whatever is there, it will set the opposite. If it's true, it will do the false. If it's false, it will make the true. So it is toggling the display, and depending on that, what we are going to do, depending on the display, whether it is true or false, and then because this is, and then so we're using the short circuit operator which we have learned, we are going to show the hook mouse. This hook mouse, directly seeing the example of hook mouse. So we'll see the hook mouse. So whenever, if suppose this is false, then the hook mouse won't be shown, the component itself won't be rendered. Okay, and now we have to one sec, we have to let's add a console log, then we'll add it in the app.js. Then console log is let us have mouse event we are going to have, and then what we are going to do, this mouse container, we are going to, the app.js we are going to call the mouse container. Mouse container we are going to call. Okay, so this mouse container we are going to call, this mouse container is there, and it's like whenever, so a mouse container will call and the button will change it. So have I given everything? Yeah. Okay, so I'm here and it is been done and done and done, and the moment I do a toggle display, it is gone. Okay, but see one thing, the mouse event is still going on. Mouse event is still going on. See this mouse event, it is still going on. It should not go because this mouse event is coming from the hook mouse. This component, I have removed the component. I removed the component when I click on the button. The component was removed. That's why this was not shown. But the mouse event is still firing because obviously the event listener is still there. This event listener is still there. So this won't be shown to the user, but this will be a performance issue, and the developer can see, and this will be a big performance issue. So we have to do the cleanup. So how to do the cleanup? So suppose in class mode I'm not showing the complete thing, means the thing, but in a class based component, if you wanted to do a cleanup, so there is a lifecycle method which is known as component will unmount. This is there, and here we are going to do the remove event listener like this. This is the way it works in a class based thing. I'm not showing this, but this is the way it will work, means I can use it and all this thing. Okay, so now we want to replicate this thing, so it will be solved in our hook based thing also. We want to replicate the component will mount, so in that lifecycle method. So again, the component will mount lifecycle method, for that we have to do a different kind of thing here, and that is return. So this code we should be like this only. This is just a boilerplate type code. We have to return this thing, and CLG, let me do it, is component unmounting code. I'm going to do. Okay, and here I'm going to add this thing, window.remove event listener. Window.remove event listener we are going to use. This is not there, so this time we will going to remove it. So this code I am going to add it here. So this whole thing is the component will unmount. So save it, and now when I come here, the first thing is that, and let me remove this, let me refresh it. Now hook use effect called. So this one was run because the use effect is running like a component did mount. Anyways, it will run once. So it is run. Now this is all is going, and mouse event has been called. Mouse event has been called. Now I will this toggle display component unmounting code. So it is saying component unmounting code was run. Okay, and now even the mouse is not moving. The mouse is not moving. The mouse is not moving. So it is solved. So this is how the component will unmount will run. Okay, so this is what it is all about. Then now we will learn about use fetching data with use effect. Okay, the fetching data part with use effect. So again, it is very important to fetch your data with use effect. So because this to fetch a data from an API endpoint is one of the main thing. Okay, it's one of the main thing. Yeah, when I click on toggle display, it will unmount because toggle display is coming from this mouse container. It is this which is triggering the toggle display. It's just removing it. It's just removing the hook because it will become false, and it will remove the hook mouse. So it is not always that when a toggle display will click. So whenever the component will unmount, whatever way you unmount it. So the way in which I am unmounting it is this by making this false, and it is unmounting it here. Hope it's answered it. Okay, so now we are going to do the display is false. The moment it is false, it will not show it because I'm using the short circuit operator which I told yesterday. It is false, and this side will not go. So now we will look into data fetching, and for that we let us do this time with Axios. So npm install Axios, because Axios it is much more easy, and I think we have seen with Fetch API. So either Fetch API or Axios, you can do both of them. Okay, so okay, it is done. Okay, removing all these mouses and all, and data fetching.js. Okay. And here I have to import Axios from Axios, and we are again going to hit the same endpoint of JSON placeholder posts. Okay, as we have hit yesterday, JSON placeholder posts, this endpoint we are going to hit, which is giving us an array of objects. So we are going to hit that. Okay, data fetching const post comma set posts equal to use state of this empty array, and then use effect and axios.get import both of them. So axios.get I'm doing, and then the as you do with Axios, then I am going to do and res catch. Okay. So after that, let us do this much only. So I'm just hitting this endpoint and getting the response here. Just like this code we have done in the class base with component data mount, here we are doing it inside it. Use effect. Save it. Yeah, we'll use it. One sec. So let me refresh it, and we are getting the array back, and array we are getting it and the data. So res.data we are getting this thing. So what we are going to do, we are going to in the set post res.data, I'm going to do, and so the it will set in the data means this rest posts will have this now array of object. So now I just have to show it. So I will show it another list and posts dot map post or item, whatever I can want, I can take alive okay. Let me take it here, key equal to post dot id. So there is id is there in every one of them, the id is there. So this id I'm taking, and that is unique, so I'm taking it there. And post dot title will take. So these two are done, and we click it, and let me see whether it is coming or not. S.data, let me save it. It is coming, but one thing you should notice, that see, this is constantly firing. It is constantly firing, and it is not ending. It is constantly firing, and it is fired a lot of times, and it generally it will froze the browser. But sometimes it browser also kills nowadays, but we don't want it to be fired so many times. So it is firing so many times because we have forgot to give this as a component did mount. So whenever you do an API call, always do it as a component did mount. So it should behave like a component did mount, because or else what it will do, it will whenever a post is getting updated, it will change it again. It will call the API hundred of times, and it will break the application. So whenever you do an API call, you have to have this square bracket, or else it will run again and again, because the set post keeps on firing again and again. So because of this, you have to always do it like this, because I just wanted to run only one. When we are doing a class based component yesterday, we did it in component did mount, so the component did mount only runs once. But use effect is a multi-purpose, it's a Swiss army knife. So you have to change it to component did mount like this. And now I remove it, and like this, it ran only once. So this is very important thing. Okay, whenever you do it in a use effect. So with this, you're done with use effect. Use effect is the most big hook, means it has got almost everything. So now what we are going to do, we are going to do the use use context hook. So use context hook we are going to do. So it is similar to means context API we have seen yesterday also. So again the same problem is there, which we have seen yesterday. Today also I will tell some people have joined today. So like this, the same thing is if I want to pass some props from top to A to C, I have to pass through A and B also, but I will bypass those things and directly pass it. So we will again going to see that same example and how to do it with your hooks, because it is much easier than hooks even with a class. Okay, so here I am, and in the component I will do child.js parent.js and grandparent.js. I'm going to do all these things. So here child component, save it, and in the parent I'll call the child. So child component, and in the grandparent I am going to call the parent. I'm going to call the parent. Let me change the order. So grandparent is calling the parent and parent is calling the child. Let it be h1 like this. And in the app.js, I'm going to do the grandparent, save it, and the child component will be shown because it is passing from the grandparent to parent to the child component. The h1 is from there, it is been shown. So now I want to pass something from directly from the app to the child. I don't want to pass it to grandparent and parent, and for that we have to create context API. So context API we are going to create. So for that, one thing is that nowadays this app is a functional component. This is by default React gives us, and it doesn't even have import React, but we sometimes require this import React. So import React from React I will do, and then after that we create the context here itself. So in the class based context API example yesterday we created in a different path, but we can create it here also. Export const user context equal to react dot create context like this. So this is given to us by react dot create context we are going to do, and then let me do one thing. There are way too many. Remove these things. Okay, so here I am going to, this provider thing will be similar only. User context dot provider, and again we pass the value like we passed it yesterday. And we are wrapping the grandparent. User context dot provider, save it. Now in the child directly we will use this context. Okay, so again a bit of, yeah, let me remove this thing because a bit of render props we are going to use here. So that is again a bit of complicated thing. Means the syntax is not good for render props, and that was one of the issue. User context dot consumer. So it has got a provider and a consumer. So we're going to use the consumer. And then, so this what we are doing, this is still the old way. Means yesterday also I think we have seen this same example. So return h1 child component context. Okay. It will show the user and pass it. And what is happening? Okay. Child component context is Navindu. It is showing it. Okay. So this can be anything, as I told that day also, but this have to be value. That is important. This can be anything. Okay. So we will see today another thing here. Suppose I want to pass another context here. Another context I'm going to pass. Let me bring it here. I want to pass some another context, so I have to do it. Export const channel context equal to react.create context. I'm passing a channel context also. So again, I have to wrap it. So provider will always be like that. Whatever context we are going to pass, every time we have to wrap the main component. Okay. So channel context.provider.value is webdev, my YouTube channel, and if you have not subscribed, please do subscribe. So this channel context.provider, save it, and now we are going to use this in the child. So let us have that also. Channel context I'm going to have. Now I want to use both the value. So how to use both the value? So user context I'm passing, then I have to pass the channel context also, and how to do that. So first thing first, I will, let me remove this thing or else it will get more complicated. Okay, so I have to pass the channel context here. After this, there will be a so there was a return. So this return was there. I have to remove this, and then channel context dot consumer I will do. Then now I have the channel also. Any name I can take, channel. Now I have to do the return. Now I can have both of them. Now I can get the data for both of them. Okay. Now which one? Child component value is user, and h2 channel is. So see how complicated this code have become. So if we have another one, it would have again gone inside and it would be even more complicated, but it is, I don't know why the refresh is not happening. Okay, so the channel is the web dev, it is happening, it is working fine, but see the complexity of this code. This code is way too much complex because of this something known as a render props in a class based. So although it is not a class based component, but this logic can be used in a class based component also, and this is a older way to do it. Means you can do it in a class based also, functional also, but this is an older way to use the context. Okay, and there is another way to use the context also, which we have seen yesterday with a class based, but that way also was having issue. Okay, so what I am going to do, so now again we are going to use it in a parent. Okay, so parent we are going to use it. Okay, so we are again going to see it with the use context. So there is a hook known as the use context hook, so we are going to see it with that, and this is much more easier than there is a way in the class based also. but here we can use it at multiple places. There we cannot use it at multiple places, so we are going to use that multiple things we cannot pass. Use context we are going to use, and then again the same thing we have to do. Okay, then const user equal to use context, this hook, and user context, and it is, the code is also much more easier. Const channel equal to use content, channel context I'm taking. Okay, just we have to use like this. Now we can use it at any place, so nothing complicated or something. Now I can use it at h1. Use context, it is user and channel, like this. Save it, and it's coming. So this one, use context, and this. So this is so simple with a use context hook. So this is how it is done. Okay, and as with hooks, it can be used only in a functional component. Okay, so the last thing which we are going to see in this session, and with this we will complete the hooks, is use ref hooks, and in the second session we are going to do projects. Okay, because hooks is very small, it is not that big like classes and all. Okay, so the same focus input thing which we have seen earlier, we are going to see that. Okay, and so focus input I have done. Then I'm going to use that ref. So again the same thing, that blinking effect we are going to get with this. So how to do that? So here const input ref equal to use ref of null. Okay, and then use effect input ref dot current dot focus. I'm going to, so inside the use ref I'm going to use. Okay, and there also we saw that we did it in a component did mount. So here also I'll pass an empty array, and after that just we have to do in input type text, and this is wrong, ref will be input ref. Save it. Okay, so there are two type of hooks here, use effect and use ref. Save it, and I don't know what is that, it's not compiling, and by default it is blinking. So it is blinking. So this is how we use the refs here. Okay, so now here we'll end it. To do, we are going to create a very good project known as Hangman. So we're going to create that project Hangman with React.js. So I've already done the npx and created a Hangman because, as you all know, it takes a lot of time. So I'll start with it code, and I'll do the npm start. As you can see, the basic React project, which is the React logo, is there. Then the src I will come. Nothing much. Okay, it's okay. The app.js I will come and then return delete everything. Even let me delete this also. That is giving error. Oh, save it. And just the small hello world will be showing. So now we will start with the header for this Hangman. So in the src, I will create a folder components and header.js, and so we are going to use sorry, okay, the it will contain Hangman, and then we just the hidden word, enter a letter, save it. Now we are going to use it. So header, it is being shown like this. Now we are going to have a figure also, figure which will show us the Hangman. So let us have that in figure.js we are going to have, and here we are going to show the figure with the svg. So svgs are sort of means it's sort of a code through which we can do the images. So svgs are very complex, means there are certain people who knows this how to create this svgs, and they create this svgs. So they that is not exactly programming, but that is a way in which the images are being shown. Okay, so I'll paste that actually at svg. So SBC figure container will be there. I don't want this right now, this error thing, which this we are going to have it later on. So let me remove this. Because right now I want to see the whole image, how it is coming. Okay, save it and just go here. the app.css also, we are not going to have this app.css, but our own app.css. And since it's a React project, I'm not going to explain much of this app.css, but we have, it's a very big app.css, and we have everything from body to h1, game container, figure part, everything we have. You all can go through it. So after that, app.js, I am going to show the header is already been shown. Now we are going to show the figure also, and figure will contain dot game container. So this game container, already we have given some styles for it, padding and all of these things. And then figure, I'll do save it and see the hangman, the complete hangman is been shown, which generally it is not like that. The moment we enter some wrong word, and it shows a part of the hangman. So this is how the hangman game is played. But this is what we will be shown finally, the hangman. So this is done. Now let us have the different components. Okay, so we'll have different components. So this is how we have to divide everything in a component in a React project. Notification dot js, pop up dot js, word dot js, and wrong letters dot js. So these are components we are going to have, and we're soon going to add everything in it. So the first thing which we are going to do is the wrong letters. So we'll soon see how what this component does. Okay, so here the class name is equal to wrong letters container, and there will be a id of wrong letters. Save it. Then in the word, last name of word, and id of also word. This pop-up, so this pop-up will show a nice pop-up. We're soon going to fix it completely. If last name equal to pop-up container, and id will also be pop-up container dot pop-up. There will be h2 final message, h3 of final message reveal word, and button of the play button. So this pop-up, with this pop-up we will be able to play it again. Okay, now the notification will have notification container. You have, so this notification will check that whether we are we have entered the same letter again. Already entered this letter Like this, it will give us. Then in the app.js, we are going to use all of them, and then we'll start working on them. So wrong letters. Okay, not done. Okay, no problem. So wrong letters will be here. Word. Word will be here. So inside the game container, this tree will be there, and pop up a notification will be outside it. Pop up notification. So yeah, all of these are like this. Now we'll add the variable for words and selected words. So you can change it anything like so. Const words equal to. So these are the words which will be told to us. Means you can add hundred of words also if you want to make this game a bit difficult. So I'll just add this words. So application programming interface, this only I have added. And then we have to select a word out of that. So random word should be selected, or else every time the same word will be selected. So we'll select a random word. Let selected word equal to words and math.floor/math.random into words.length. So it will be choosing from this only. So a random word it will be choosing from here. And then we will have some state variables. So in this function app, we'll have const play able set variable equal to use state of true, const correct letters comma set correct letters is to use state of not true. It will be an empty array, and const wrong letters set wrong letters equal to use state of an empty array again. So these three we are going to have. Now we will first work on this word. Okay, so this word will get selected word comma correct letter, and here word and word will be there. Here this selected word, whatever is the selected word, means selected word be out of this anything. Suppose application is the selected word and all. So selected word dot. So selected word is a string. So split. So split I am doing. So what it will do, that it will make it as an array of a string, because we want to map through it. Map letter comma index. I'm going to use both of them, and return and correct letters. So correct letter. So this correct letter also we are going to pass, and it will be a single letter. Dot includes letter. No, correct letter will not be singular. It will be an array, and we are checking that whether it includes the letter. So we are looping through the selected word, and then we are checking whether it includes the letter or not. And if it includes the letter, then we will do letter, or else we will make it a empty string. We'll soon see how it is working. Class name equal to letter, comma key equal to index. Okay. Now we'll go back to app.js, and we have to pass these two props here. So these two props we have to pass. So let us pass these props. There is no comma. So this thing we are passing, this correct letter we are passing. So this is coming because of this. So correct letter, this underscore underscore, it is coming because of this, and we have not yet done anything. And one thing I want to show. Okay, okay. So this correct letters means right now we are not passing any correct letters. So what happens means if the correct letter is not been passed, this underscore will be shown. If we it includes this this empty string will be shown. Empty string, that dash has been shown because of the CSS. And then if the correct letter is in passed, because the logic is not yet complete, so it will show that letter instead of that, because we are going to have a key down event. So we are going to take that key press from the user, and depending on that we are going to show the word, means whether it's the complete word. So right now suppose whatever is their application, so it is showing everything, and it will keep on changing. If I refresh it, see the length is keep on changing. So JavaScript design, whatever is there, it is changing according to that. Okay, so now we are going to do the wrong letters also. So wrong letters also will be like this only, and wrong letters we will, let us do this also first. Wrong letters will get this wrong letter and then save it, and here it will get wrong letters. And then inside this div, actually this id we don't need, I don't know why I gave it. This id kind of thing is given a lot in a JavaScript, pure JavaScript project, but not React doesn't require that much. Wrong letter which we are taking, dot length is greater than 0, then be wrong. So if you have, if the user have entered some wrong letters, then wrong letters, letter dot map and letter, this comma, we're going to show that letter, and here key equal to index, or else it will give us warning. So this is also done. Okay, now we will have that key down effect, so which I was talking about. So right now nothing is being shown because we don't have that key down effect, because we are going to take the key press from the user and the user will do the key press, and according to that the wrong letters of the word will be shown. So I am here, and here we are going to use the use effect, hook use effect. Let me have this also, so that it is imported. Yeah, it is imported. Let have a const of handle key down equal to event. This is a function. Just I'm going to call from inside here also only. So here we are going to have a const key comma key code. This we are doing object destructuring. So event has this have this something known as key and key code. Yeah. So event equal to event dot key equal to event dot key, and key code equal to event dot key code. This line means, okay, so just like event dot target dot value, we can get the key also from the event. Okay, so if playable, so we're soon going to see this also playable. So playable means we are going to see whether the it is completed or not, playable. And then so by default playable is true, and key code is greater than equal to 65. So this is the ASCII code. So 65 to 90, we have the alphabets, English alphabet A to B, all those things, and key code is less than equal to 90. So const letter equal to key dot to lowercase. So because it contains both uppercase and lower, so we are converting into two lowercase, everything to two lowercase, and then we are going to see if selected word dot includes. So selected word is any random word. Suppose I am choosing suppose application was chosen randomly. So I would see if selected word dot includes the letter which was pressed by the user. Okay, so I pressed A, then it will be true. Okay, then we are going to check another thing also here. If so there is a correct letter also. We are getting an array. We are maintaining an array of correct letters and wrong letters for calculation. So it should be not of this. Then set correct letters. Set correct letter. Okay. This set correct letter which we are doing. Set correct letter equal to, we are going to do the previous thing, this thing, because we want the previous one also. This we have earlier seen also. This is required. So letter, or else if we are doing it in array, it gives error. So this current is equal to the spread of current and the letter. So correct letters will be pushed in this array. So it is done. Then after that we'll have a else part. So inside if there is this if else, so like this, and we have a to do here. We are going to come back to it. Show notification for duplicate key press. This we are soon going to have. Okay, so if selected letter dot includes letter is there, and if it doesn't include, suppose application is there and I pressed X, then what? So this else part will run, and this is from this. Okay, else part will run, and if not of wrong letters dot includes letter, then the same thing will be happening here, but for the wrong letter we are going to include it, and there will be else part which will be similar. Save it. Now this function is done, but when to run this function, this will be run on a window dot add event listener, and that event listener will be key down and comma handle key down. So handle key down is this function is been called, and let us do the cleanup also, as we have seen that this cleanup is very much required. Window dot remove event listener key down comma handle key down, and also we are going to have this use effect only run when this corrected letter is being changed, or wrong letter is being changed, or playable. So we are soon going to have this playable also, or playable is changed. Playable is changed. Save it. Okay, I am here. If I press something so it is working perfectly in so I know it is interface, so I press B O P K L. It is not even ending. So I've given a lot of time to wrong thing. So the main logic is working, but now a lot of things we have to do. Suppose, see, in the Hangman we get only, I think, six time we can enter a wrong thing. So that thing we have to do. Then multiple time we cannot press the same thing. Suppose I have given B once, I cannot press the B again. So that is another logic which you need to make. Then this Hangman also should show in part, and then there will be a pop-up. The pop-up will be shown when it is we either win or loss. So a lot of logics are remaining, but the main logic has been okay. So now we'll add the logic to show the part of the image as we enter a wrong letter. Only that part of the image will be shown. Okay, for that we had our image has been shown from the figure. So we'll go to the figure.js, and here suppose first also let's pass this wrong letters to figure, because figure should work only when some wrong letter is been passed. So this wrong letter is there, and here wrong letter has been passed, and const errors equal to wrong letters dot length. So we are taking the length, means it's an array, we are taking the length of it, and depending upon the length we will be showing the different part. So error will contain 0, 1, 2 and whatever it is there. Okay, so the head part, so the rod will be shown always, then the head part will be shown like errors is greater than 0, and we'll use a shortcut operator and okay, copy this. Error is greater than 1 will show the body. Errors is greater than 2 will show the arms also, first arm, second arm, one leg and the last leg we are going to show. So let us go back, replace it, and whatever it is, A, P, P. Okay, K I am done. It is coming like this. Q I am doing is I am this W E R T Y. So in the whatever the wrong, it is showing correctly. So it is coming correctly. So now we will work on the notification. If you enter a same letter multiple times, so we should not be able to enter the same letter multiple times. So if I enter A, I should not be able to enter A unless it is. So we are going to do that. So for that, we are going to use a helper method, because there will be a function which we are going to use. So let me go here, and the components I will create a helpers.js. It will not be a React class, but a normal function. Export function notification pop up. It will be setter. Setter, we will receive this setter, and setter will soon going to see setter is some set thing, means that set label or something, it is there. Okay, set true, and setter will be set to true. So this is a way in which we can pass the setter also here. So that set thing is known as setter, means whatever is there, like this set label, all these things are known as setters. Also set timeout. So we are going to use this JavaScript set timeout function, and then an arrow setter, we will make it as false after 2 seconds. So this is like this. Now we will go to the app.js, and here first let us import that. Import notification pop-up. Yeah, notification pop-up it is, from components and components slash helpers. Yeah, helpers. Now instead of this, okay, so we are going to have another state here, const show notifications and set show notifications, yeah, like this, and it will be use state of false initially. And now in this notification pop-up, we are going to pass set show notification. As I was telling that we are going to pass a setter here, which is the set show notification. So this is also one way to do it. Okay, so this we are passing, and here also we are going to pass the same thing, notification pop-up. And now in the notifications, this notifications, we are going to pass this show notification equal to show notification equal to show notification. So this thing which we have done, so show notification we are passing. Then we will go to the notifications. Here we are passing the show notification, and this thing we are going to change into template string, because we are going to add a class based on this show notification like this. we have to do, and this template string we are going to do. Then this notification class will be there, and beside that we are going to see whether show notification is there, and it is true because it will be either true or false because it is a boolean. Then there will be a show class will be added, or else this, and this show class is there in the app.css. so this is how in JavaScript we add this thing. So this show class will just come from a place, means translate, it will be coming, and this we are going to show. Okay, show it. Now we will come here, a, see I am entering a here, and from below you see it is coming. Okay, q I enter, which is wrong. Even for the wrong thing it is coming. So this is how it will work, it will show from the below. Okay, so this pop-up things is mainly from the CSS, and but this is all how the logic is working. So when the notification pop-up will see, take this set notification, and it will set it to true here. So this is how you can pass it also, set it to true, and after 2 seconds it will become false. So that's why it is going back. After 2 seconds it is becoming false. Okay, so now we are going to show different messages based on whether we won or lost. Okay, so because we want to see that message whether we won or lost. So for that, in the pop-up, so this is some big logic. So pop-up, we will pop-up company, we're going to pass some things. Okay, so set correct letters we are going to pass. Selected word we are going to pass. Correct letter we are going to pass. Wrong letters we are going to pass. And set playable, which we have here, because that is very important, set playable. This we are going to pass. Again we are going to pass a set playable. This, save it. Now again we are going to have a helper method. So at this helper method will be to show the win or loss. So this helper method is to check whether we won or lost. Okay, so again we are going to make it here. Export function check win correct wrong comma word, and then let status equal to win. So initially we are keeping the status as win, and then first thing we are going to choose, so we are going to check two things. So check for win we are going to do, that's okay. So here we are going to get this correct wrong and word, so we are going to pass it from your pop-up. So word dot split we are going to do, and then we are going to loop through it, and letter, if each one of them we are going to check with the correct. So this correct will be also a array. So this correct we are going to check correct dot includes letter, and status equal to empty we are going to pass. Okay. Now we have to check loose. Check for loose will be very easy, because if wrong dot length we are going to soon going to pass, and we'll see what we are going to pass. Wrong dot length triple equal to 6. So 6 times we can enter something wrong. So if it is 6, then status equal to loose, and we are going to do a return of status, save it here also. Okay, now the pop-up logic we are going to write, and it will be big. Okay, so the pop-up will get all these things, its related word correctly and all these things it will get. So let us have that as a prop. Corrected letter, comma, wrong letter, wrong letter, comma, selected word, comma, set playable. Also I'm going to get. Okay, then let final message equal to empty string first. Let final message revealed equal to empty. Let playable initially is not false, initially it will be true. Okay. So now we are going to use that if check when. So check when this function we are going to use, and we are going to pass some data, some parameters into it, and we are going to pass these three things to it: corrected letters, wrong letters, and playable, and selected word. So selected word, this word we are going to pass, and wrong letters and the correct. Okay, so these three we are going to pass, and it will return us something. So it will return us the win. Please return us the win. Then final message equal to congratulations, you won. And even if he or she wants, then the playable will be set to false, and we are going to have a else if also. Check when, the same thing, to pass the same thing. Correct letter, wrong letter, and selected word, and it will be loose. Then final this unfortunately you lost, and label will be again false, but we will reveal the word also, because the user, because the player have failed, so we reveal the final message revealed also will be there, and we will have a template string because we want to reveal it. The word was selected word, so we are going to pass it. Okay, so all these things are there, and we'll have a use effect here, which will just set the set playable equal to playable. So it will run every time, and it will set the playable equal to playable once it is false and all. So it will set it again. Okay. Then just we have to, in this pop-up we just have to show the message, and S2 we don't want this ID, and final message. Again, we don't want it ID because we are doing it through React. Final message reveal will be there, and this ID we don't need it. And but in okay, save it. Okay. Okay, it's not showing. Okay, okay. In the pop-up container, from the pop-up container, we're showing the pop-up. Okay, so here we have to add a style. If the final message is not equal to empty string, then we have to display it as a flex. So that thing is missing, so we are going to do that. Style equal to final message is not equal to empty string. So initially it was empty string, so it is not empty string. So this is also a way in which we can do. And then display is flex or empty only. Okay. Check it. Okay. One sec. Pop-up is selected word. Okay, correct letters. Okay, got it. Maybe the order I'm passing is wrong. Correct letter, wrong letter, selected word, and set playable. Set playable is done. So it is not getting. It is not getting. So let us debug it further. Yeah, it is coming now. So this was the error. So it was that split was the error. Okay. So this play again, anyway, play again will not work now because we have not done for play again. So we have to do that for play again. It will not work. So if I do this correctly, what is it? AP. It is interface. Interface is also coming right. So this is coming right. Only this error was there. Okay. So now that play again button, we have to fix the play again button. So we are going to fix that play again button. So in this pop-up, we'll do play again, thing which we are going to pass, and then on click, we are going to do play again. So what we are going to what we are doing here, we are passing the method from a children to a parents, which we have seen earlier also in day one. So this on click play again is there. So this play again I will do, and here in the pop-up now we are getting a new thing. Play again, we can use the same thing also. Play again. So because this will be a function actually. So function play again and set playable. This set playable will be true, and we are going to empty the array. So set correct letter, we are going to make it empty. Set wrong letter equal to empty, and we are going to select a random word again, like this. Like this. Yeah, we are going to select a random word again, and now we are going to go back, refresh it. What is the word? Programming. Yeah, programming is coming, and play again, it will open again. And it will also show the word and play again. So it is working fine. So our project is done. It was quite big and having a lot of logic, but it is okay. So you can go through it and you learn a lot of things we have learned in this project. So we are going to go through another project. So this project was not doing any API call or something. It was not doing, but yeah, it was using a lot of logic. So yeah, go through it again. And now what the next one we are going to do, we are going to use the API call, because in a lot of projects you are going to see that API calls are going to be done. So we are going to do a API call project. Okay. Yeah, Hangman game, Ramesh, have you not played Hangman game? Means it is a popular game. Actually means if you don't give the right words, it's just a game. If and the person will be hanged. So if you have, it's a word guessing game. Like random words will be chosen, and you have to give the correct word, and you will get only 6 chance to find the correct word. It is showing on the 3 4 5 6. So it is a 6 letter word. So anyways, so it's a 6 letter word. I'll give A. Okay, so A is there, so I have to guess it is something is there. No, I'm not entering third. I'm not default entering. If that word is there, it will place it there. I'm not entering the third letter. If the word is there, it will reveal it. The whole code is for that only. It will not go to the third or something like that. So you go to the code again. The game is quite simple. Means if it is there, then it will show whatever part it is there. See, if I press Q is not there. Actually, this, but since I'm a developer, I will go and see what this word is. It is taking anyways from here. It is actually wizard. So this is the anyway the user cannot see. It is the wizard. Okay. So if I now press W will be wherever the W is there, it will be shown there. If I press Z is there, it will be shown. If I press I will be there. And if I press something wrong, it will show at the top. And see, one more, this is coming. And this game is like that. You have to save the man from hanging in 6 chances. Okay. R I am doing. So it is showing like this. If I again press something wrong, it will be shown like this. And there are a lot of logic here in this game. And like we cannot enter the same thing again. Like a P, I cannot enter it. I have entered P. I cannot enter the P again. It is showing a notification, all those things we have done. And then the last I will give, yeah, lots of logic are there. Go through it again. Yeah, lots of logic are there. And if I press a D, so we created a quite complicated game in one hour. So if I press D, so it will ask us again to play. Congratulations, you won, and play again. It will again refresh everything and we can play. So it's a quite complicated game and with a lot of logic. And you can do it with JavaScript also. So okay, go through it. It's a quite complicated thing. Okay, so yeah, so the next thing we are going to do, it's not that complicated. Okay, and for that also I have already made npx and that final space API. The project name I have taken. Okay, let me close it. Code. And npm start. Again, empty project. It is an empty project. This is showing the React logo. So okay, let's come here. And in the app.js, this, let me make it container. Remove everything. Hello world. Remove this also. App.css. We are going to remove everything because we're going to paste something here. Okay, app.js, save it. And yeah, hello world is been shown. Okay, one sec, let me get some images also. Okay, here inside the src I will have first have a components folder. Okay, and then I will inside the src only I'm going to have an image folder, img folder, within File Explorer, image. I have some images. I will paste it here. So just a background image, logo is there, and a spinner GIF is there. Okay. So in the components, I'll create header dot js file, rfce header, last name equal to center, and we'll show this image img src equal to logo alt equal to logo class name. I don't want it here. Self close it. This logo class, let us make that image as a logo. Import logo from img logo.png. Okay, save it. Okay. Now again in the app.css we are going to have some queries, some style which you can go through it, all of it. Okay. So now in the app.js, I'm going to do the header. Okay. Why is not coming? Import header from dot components header. Save it, and it is coming. The header is coming. The logo is coming. The background and all the coming. It's coming good. So now we are again going to use Axios because it is much more easier to use Axios. So npmi Axios we are going to use. Okay, it's done. Import React from React. I have to do, let me do the use state and use effect also here. Then after that, import Axios from Axios we are going to do. Then const items comma set items equal to use state const is loading. So we have a spinner also, so we are going to show this when the API call has been done. It generally takes some time, so we are going to have that spinner also is loading, and set loading equal to use state of boolean, which is a true. Initially it will be, this loading will be true. Okay, save it. Now we are going to do an API call to this final space. So final space is again an API. If I come here, it was a cartoon series actually. Final space API. This one, finances API is there, and docs I will go, and so this endpoint, various endpoints are there. So we are going to use the endpoints for character. So you can have various endpoints. So we are going to use the endpoint for character, and it will give us all the characters, and we are going to show those characters. Okay. So this one we are going to use. So again, means we are going to use it to use effect, and const fetch items. So this is another way to use the async await. So we are creating a function and making that async await. So const result equal to await and axios. Now we have to pass that. This result dot data, it always comes like that, and then after that we have to call this fetch items, like we have to call this, and as we have seen earlier, we have to do this API call only once. It will do again and again. So the API call, we are doing it once only, and save it and come back here, inspect. Yeah, it is coming. So it is coming, everything is coming. So now just we have to show it. Okay, so we will create a different component first, and then we have to means we will pass from here to that component. So let us create that component first, and that component will be called card grid.js. Like this. Here items comma loading will be there. These two props will be coming, and then is loading, we are going to check this, let it be loading is loading, and ternary operator we are going to use, and ternary operator we can have the if and else part. So the first thing will be, if it is loading, then let us first show this h1 of loading dot, or else we'll show the all those things we are going to show. It is section class name equal to cards, and items dot map item. From here we are going to pass it to another component. So this is how we do. We have seen it earlier also. Card item key equal to item dot id, and item equal to item. So we're going to pass this, and next we are going to create this card item. So this card item will, anyways, it will get this one item, it is getting this item as a prop. So we are going to just, and this is a very easy component, just we have to show it in with all those classes. So div class name equal to card, and dot card inner dot card front. So this data which we are getting, item will contain all the data which we are getting from the API endpoint. So img sarc will be item dot img underscore url. So this img underscore url and all these things are here. If I go, see this image URL. So for each of the character we have an image URL. So this is like that, and this character, and then this card front is there, and then similarly we'll have dot card back, and h1 will be show the character name, which is item dot name, it will show, and then there will be a ul. Inside the ul there will be li, there will be 5 li, and inside that li there will be strong tag like this, character name, item dot name, species, item dot species, dot status, and ability is, so there are very different abilities, so we'll only choose the first one, item dot abilities of 0. So there are many abilities are there, so we are going to choose only one. Okay, so like this we are done. Now back to our app.js, and we have to pass these things to the card grid. From the card grid it will get passed to the card item. So here first the console.log, it is coming and sub, so we have to do the set items as result.data. So the item will become that, and then in the card grid we'll import it also, that card grid, and is loading is equal to is loading, and items equal to items, like this. Save it. Card items is not defined. Okay, in the card grid, this is, I have to import this. Yeah, now it is stuck in loading. Okay, so it's time to debug it again. So is loading I am passing. Okay, Oh, I have not even done it. Okay, console.set items result.data is there, and set loading. Okay, yeah, whatever it is. Set loading equal to false. So so right now what is happening, it is, so even if I not save it, so set loading is right now true. So what is happening, it is going here and is loading equal to true. So it is only showing that this loading thing only it is showing, and it is not going ahead. It's not going just ahead, it is just showing that. So but we have to change it once we get the data. So it's first it is true, but once you get the data, we'll set it false so that we will be seeing it. So if I come here, so loading, and then it loads the data, and this all are coming from the css, this all these things front and back. Okay, so these are all showing correctly, so like this. Okay, so now the loading is done, but as I told, we are going to show the spinner also. So just a small thing, we have to show the spinner, because we have a spinner also. Instead of the loading text, we show the spinner, and it is for that we will just going to change it to the spinner. Okay, change it to the spinner component, means from h1 loading. So this is how we do spinner in almost all production project. You will go, there will be a spinner, because the API calls generally take 1 or 2 seconds to do, sometime more than that also. So spinner.js I'm going to do, yeah, business spinner, yeah. So spinner, so we have already have this spinner image, which is a GIF which will show like this. So this is a way to put a spinner PNG GIF you can put. Okay, spinner I'm going to do, and then import spinner from img img spinner dot GIF. Then here I'll have this image, and in React you don't need this thing, you can self edit image here. src equal to spinner, and let us do the styling here only. Inline styling equal to width is of 200 px, margin is of auto, and display is of block. Okay, it's about also alt equal to loading. Okay, save it. Now we'll go back to the card grid, and here instead of this loading, I'm going to show the spinner. Spinner is also imported, and it is a self-ending because it's a container. So I'll come here, and let me go, and let me. So it is very fast. So sometimes it is very fast. It is not even showing that thing, but it is working because it might have cached or things. So that space, the first time you will do that, spinner will be shown. So it generally cached all those things.